Tonight, we're heading deep into places where the trail ends and something else begins to follow. These aren't stories about random wildlife encounters. They're about the moments when an animal stops acting like an animal and starts acting like a stalker. Hikers, campers, rangers, people who know the woods better than anyone, all describe that same stomach-dropping shift. When you're no longer observing nature, nature is observing you. From silent predators shadowing trails for miles, to creatures that seem to appear wherever you stop. These real cases remind us that the wilderness has rules. And out there, you're never as alone as you think. Real encounters. Real fear. Let's begin. My name is Derek Morrow, and I am a 34-year-old wildlife survey volunteer for the Arizona Field Conservation Program. On the night this happened, I was conducting a single-night observational run along the lower ridges of the Kaibab Plateau. The purpose of the assignment was mundane log screech owl calls, note any trail disturbances, check for migration indicators, but what I experienced has stayed with me in a way no fieldwork ever has. The words in this account number 904. I arrived at the pull-off around late afternoon, the sky still a washed-out blue from the heat that had been radiating off the desert floor all day. My plan was straightforward: hike a mile and a half in, set a small hammock camp off trail, and start the first audio checks just after sunset. Nothing about the air felt unusual. No strange quiet, no rising tension the way some people describe before an encounter. If anything, the forest felt busier than normal, pine squirrels skittering across bark, wings beating overhead, the distant tapping of something small on hollow wood. The sort of ambient motion that usually calms me. I hiked in slowly, taking my time with the gear. I remember being annoyed at a loose strap on my pack and stopping twice to tighten it. I remember shifting the handheld recorder between pockets so it wouldn't swing. I remember thinking, not for the first time, that the Kaibab Plateau smelled different at dusk, cooler, almost metallic when the heat finally breaks. Everything was normal. Quiet in the familiar way. Room temperature fearlessness. I found a small stand of ponderosis just past a dry wash and strung the hammock between two trunks with enough distance to keep the fabric taut. I cooked a quick dinner, just a freeze-dried pouch and half a protein bar, and took a few notes for the log. I'll call sparse, no sign of deer, minimal wind. I wrote it in the dull shorthand I always use, the kind you don't think about until you read it later and wonder why you didn't notice anything. Because there was nothing to notice. Not yet. I got into the hammock around 10. No fire, protocol for the night run, and only the dim beam of my headlamp against the slanted pine needles. I lay there listening to the recorder's blinking LED and waiting for my breathing to settle. I remember shifting positions twice, trying to find a spot where the straps didn't dig into my shoulder blade. I remember an owl calling once, far off, the low rhythmic hoot that usually helps me sleep. I don't remember drifting off. What I do remember is waking. Not slowly, not with that sense of climbing back toward awareness. It was instant, abrupt, like something shook me without touching me. My eyes snapped open, and the beam from my headlamp, still on but dimmed to a low setting, cast a weak glow right in front of my face. That's when I saw it. A great horned owl perched on the edge of my hammock, so close that its chest almost brushed my chin. Its body was huge in the half-light, the mottled feathers taking up my entire field of vision. I saw the curve of its beak, the flare of its facial disc, and then its eyes, cold, wide, unblinking. I could see the tiny reflections in them, little pinpoints of my own light bouncing back into me. I froze. Not out of panic at first, but out of disbelief. Owls don't perch that close to people. Not on unstable surfaces. Not with headlamps pointed at them. The animal should have flushed the second I moved, or breathed too loud, or even stirred the hammock with my pulse. But it didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. It just leaned closer. The motion was slow, deliberate, measured the way only birds of prey can move when they're absolutely certain of their balance. Its beak came within inches of my face, so close I could see the fine dust on the cere, the pale outline around its nostrils. And all the while, those yellow eyes stayed locked on mine, steady and fixed. I wanted to reach for something, my headlamp dial, my whistle, anything, but my arms wouldn't respond. It wasn't fear paralysis, at least not at first. It was something more like my body refusing to risk disturbing the animal. A kind of trained instinct taking over. Don't move. Don't provoke. Don't escalate. The owl inhaled. I saw its chest rise. Then everything went black. I don't remember closing my eyes. I don't remember the owl flying away or shifting or tilting its head. There was no wing beat, no rustle of feathers, no sound at all. The sensation was like losing time in a dream, except I was wide awake when it happened and there was no transition, not even a heartbeat's worth. The next thing I knew, I was lying at a slightly different angle in the hammock, my headlamp turned off, my hands resting on my chest as if I'd repositioned myself intentionally. The forest around me was silent, the kind of true silence that only happens just before dawn. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. My mind had to reconstruct it piece by piece, the hammock, the ponderosis, the assignment, the owl. The owl. I sat up so fast the hammock swung hard. I yanked on the headlamp, flicked it on, and swept the beam across the ground. At first I didn't see anything except pine needles, the dry wash, the straps tied to each tree. Then the light caught the prints. Owl tracks. A lot of them. Distinct, perfect, unmistakable impressions. Dozens arranged in a rough, scattered ring around the hammock. Some deep, some faint, some overlapping. Enough for me to trace their path all the way around my camp. But none leading in. Not a single track showed the bird arriving from any direction. They just started in a circle around me, as if the owl had always been there. As if it hadn't needed to land at all. I didn't pack up right away. My hands were shaking too badly to untie the straps. But I didn't lie back down either. I just sat there, staring at those prints, my heart thudding against my ribs like something was trying to get out. That was when I realized the sun was rising, and that I had absolutely no memory of anything between the owl leaning toward me and the moment I woke again. And the more light filled the forest, the more I realized those prints weren't just numerous. They were fresh. My hands finally steadied enough for me to break camp, though I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting irrationally, stupidly, that the owl would reappear in the branches above me. The forest was quiet in that thin, early morning way, but it wasn't peaceful. Not to me. Everything felt slightly off-kilter, like the air had shifted half an inch left without telling the rest of the world to follow. I crouched at the edge of the wash to take photographs. Part of the job. Document everything anomalous. I knew I needed proof because no one in the office would believe a wildlife volunteer who claimed an owl staged a silent perimeter around his hammock. As I zoomed in on the tracks, something else hit me, the spacing. Some prints were close together, like normal steps. Others were much farther apart. Too far. A great horned owl doesn't hop 3 or 4 feet at a time on hard ground. And even if it did, it would leave drag marks or scrape lines when landing. These prints didn't have that. They were clean, controlled, almost like they'd been placed, not made. The sun crept higher, slicing through the trees in fractured beams. I pulled the hammock down, stuffed it into my pack, and double-checked for feathers. Nothing. No down caught in the straps, no sign of disturbance on the bark, no visible perch marks. If the owl had landed, I should have seen something. Great horned owls are heavy birds, even a light touch can leave scuffs. I stood there staring up at those branches longer than I cared to admit. The silence around me didn't feel natural. It felt like the aftermath of something I couldn't name. I decided to cut the survey short and report back early. It wasn't fear that pushed me. It was confusion, unease collecting in me like static. This wasn't a normal wildlife encounter, and I didn't trust my instincts enough to stay out there alone. I started walking, steady pace, headlamp tucked into my vest, recorder in my pocket. I kept telling myself I'd overreacted from waking up suddenly. Maybe I'd imagined the owl being that close. Maybe it had startled awake and flown without me hearing. But each time a branch creaked, my shoulders tensed. About 100 yards from camp, I noticed something strange. The forest floor in this section was mostly pine needles and loose soil, soft enough to show clear prints. I should have been making a visible trail behind me. Instead, my footprints were patchy, some deep, some barely visible, as if I'd been walking differently than I remembered. Heavier. Or lighter. I slowed down, took a breath, and forced myself to focus. I'd lost time during the night, and maybe I'd walked around half asleep. Sleepwalking would explain the footprints around camp. Maybe I'd stumbled out of the hammock, circled in a daze, and convinced myself the owl had done it. People can dream with their eyes open. People can imagine things when waking from microsleeps. People can misremember. That line of thought helped until I reached a fallen log lying across the trail. There were owl prints on it. Clear ones. 3 on the bark. But no landing marks. No scratches. No indentation from a jump or takeoff. Just prints, crisp and shallow, like the owl had stepped onto the log with perfect balance and stepped off again without shifting its weight. Owls don't walk across logs. They fly. My mouth went dry. I scanned the branches above me, waiting for movement. Nothing. I listened. Still nothing. The forest wasn't silent now. There were distant bird calls, the soft brushing sound of wind, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was watching me from a place I couldn't pinpoint. I stepped over the log quickly and kept going, faster this time. The trail sloped downward, weaving through a series of old ponderosas that bent slightly toward the wash. The deeper I went, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. Not in the movie sense. Not a supernatural prickle. More like the practical, grounded awareness you feel when another set of eyes is measuring your steps. I knew that sensation well from fieldwork, mountain lions observing from ridges, mule deer gauging distance, but this felt closer. More intent. Halfway down the slope, I stopped walking. Because there, ahead of me on the trail, were more owl prints. 6. Perfectly spaced. Leading forward. But none leading to that first one. I crouched to study them, my pulse skittering. The dirt around the prints was undisturbed. No drag, no scatter. Nothing to indicate an arrival point. Just sudden existence, like the owl had materialized mid-step. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, slow and measured. Panic is useless in the field. My rational brain clawed for explanations when depositing debris. Partial prints I misinterpreted. Maybe someone else had passed through with a trained animal. But none of it fit. The prints were fresh. Too fresh. Still sharp around the edges. I straightened up and kept walking, no longer trying to pretend this was normal. My shoulders were tight enough to ache. Every sound felt amplified, the crunch under my boots, the distant thudded call of a raven, the gentle shift of pine needles brushing against each other. I checked behind me twice, then 3 times, waiting for a shadow or wing beat or something. Nothing appeared. But the feeling didn't leave. Even when the parking area finally came into sight through the trees, the unease followed me. My SUV stood exactly where I left it, the hood flecked with dry dust, no signs of disturbance. That should have calmed me. It didn't. The air here felt heavier, like stepping from one room into another identical room where the ceiling is just a little lower. I unlocked the vehicle, tossed my backpack into the passenger seat, and leaned against the door for a moment, trying to collect myself. That's when I noticed something that made the hair on my arms lift. On the hood of the SUV, right above the grille, were 2 owl prints. Clear, straight, parallel. They faced me. I hadn't parked near trees. There was no perch above the vehicle. Nothing the owl could have dropped from without leaving wing marks in the dust. Nothing within 10 feet that any owl would land on before hopping down. And those prints weren't there when I arrived. I stepped back, slowly, my pulse ticking hard in my throat. The forest behind me was bright now, the day fully awake, but I didn't feel awake. Not fully. Something about the world felt 1 degree off. Then I heard it. A low, soft hoot. Close. Too close. I turned toward the tree line and saw nothing. But I swear the air moved in a way that felt like something had just pulled back. For a few seconds, I didn't move. That soft hoot wasn't distant, it had come from somewhere just inside the tree line, 20 feet at most. But the branches were still, the light steady, nothing stirred the pine needles. I scanned every trunk, every gap between shadows, every patch of half-shade where an animal could hide, but the forest stared back without offering a single clue. It wasn't that something was there. It was that something had just been there. I forced myself to break eye contact with the trees and climbed into the driver's seat. I shut the door, locked it, then locked it again. Habit more than fear. I sat there for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel, breathing through the sudden heaviness in my chest. In the silence inside the cabin, the hoot echoed again in my head, too close to dismiss, too clear to reinterpret. I turned the ignition. The engine rumbled to life, and for a moment the familiar noise grounded me. I backed out slowly, glancing in the mirrors, not because I expected to see an owl following me down the dirt track, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that something might be just outside the frame. Halfway through the turn, the rear camera flickered, glitching for a split second as if a dark shape had passed behind the vehicle. When the image stabilized, the road was empty. Maybe the sunlight hit the lens wrong. Maybe dust streaked across it. Maybe I was so wound up that anything looked like a shape. I didn't let myself linger on it. I shifted into drive and began the slow descent down the forest road. My windows were rolled up, but I still felt the forest pressing inward on both sides. I've driven that route dozens of times, gravel, small ruts, switchbacks that wrap around the ridge, but I've never been so aware of the space between the trees. I kept thinking about the prints on my hood, how deliberate they looked. The steps around the hammock. The ones on the log. Owls don't walk that much. They don't follow people. They don't wait inches from your face without reason. Every explanation I tried collapsed into the same dead end. 10 minutes down the road, something made my headlights strobe. It wasn't a power issue. The SUV's electrical system had been serviced last month. It was something outside, a flicker across the beams. I tapped the brakes and looked ahead. A thin cloud of dust drifted across the road even though I hadn't passed a vehicle. No wind. No reason for the dust to be unsettled. Then I saw them. 2 small prints. Side by side. In the middle of the road. Owl prints. Perfectly placed, as if the bird had stepped there a moment earlier. I stared at them through the windshield, pulse-studding. The road around them was undisturbed, no sweep marks from wings, no claw arcs indicating a landing, no tracks leading in. I didn't get out to check them. I didn't take photos. I didn't document the spacing. I just eased the vehicle around the prints as if they were something sacred, something I shouldn't disturb. My tires circled wide, avoiding them by several feet. A mile later, I finally reached the paved section. The smooth asphalt gave me a false sense of safety. I rolled down the window halfway, letting the warm, dry air wash through the cabin. I told myself I needed the airflow, that I was calming down, that my heartbeat was slowing. I heard the hoot again, but not from the forest behind me. From above. I hit the brakes so hard the seatbelt locked across my chest. My eyes snapped upward through the windshield, scanning the sky. Nothing. Not a wing. Not a silhouette. No shadow passing overhead. The air was perfectly still. The road empty. A hawk glided far off, but that wasn't what I'd heard. That hoot was close. Directly above me. As if something was perched on the roof of the vehicle. I stayed perfectly still. My fingers curled around the steering wheel, skin tightening against the grip. I knew how absurd it was. A great horned owl landing on the roof of a moving SUV. Impossible. They don't do that. They don't even like ground movement. Then something shifted on the roof. A soft, tiny shift. Like weight redistributing. A faint scrape that was too light to be metal on metal, too brief to be a branch. I held my breath. The sound didn't come again. After a full 10 seconds of silence, I pressed the accelerator, easing forward at first, then faster, watching a rearview mirror for any sign that something slid off or took flight. Nothing happened. But the sensation didn't leave. I kept checking the mirror every few seconds, expecting to catch a movement, a shadow, a wing, anything. Each time the mirror reflected only the road stretching behind me, empty and sunlit, but the back of my neck felt prickled with awareness. When I finally reached the main highway, I merged quickly and kept driving until the forest thinned and the plateau opened into wide desert scrub. The farther I got from the tree-line, the more that compressed feeling in my lungs loosened. By the time I reached the ranger station, I almost convinced myself that everything could be explained. Until I pulled into the parking lot. There were tracks. Not many. Not dramatic. Just 2 faint owl prints on the top edge of the windshield, right where glass met roof. Dust collected around them in a way that suggested they'd been made recently, within minutes, not hours. My stomach flipped. I got out slowly, leaving the door open, stepping toward the front of the SUV. The prints were real. I could see the outline of the talons, the curved impression of the toes. Perfectly placed. Impossible to misinterpret. I backed away from the vehicle, pulse rattling. The station door opened, and one of the rangers, Kendra, stepped out, coffee in hand. She made a light comment about how early I was back, but I barely heard her. I pointed at the prints. She squinted at them for a long moment, then shrugged. "Owls get curious," she said. "Had one steal my field glove last month." But she didn't mean it. I could tell. She held her coffee differently when she was nervous, a subtle shift I'd seen before. She didn't want to touch the prints. Didn't want to get closer. And then she said something that lodged in my ribs. "You look pale. Did you get enough sleep out there?" I opened my mouth to answer. But before I could speak, she added, "You've got something on your cheek. Like a mark." My hand went to my face. The skin along my right cheekbone felt tender, faintly warm. When I looked at my fingers, there was a thin smear of dust. Dust shaped like the curve of a feather. And in that moment, standing in full daylight, surrounded by people, safety, normalcy, I realized something I hadn't let myself consider in the woods. I hadn't imagined the owl leaning closer. It had touched me. And whatever it wanted in those lost minutes of the night, I still don't remember. Except sometimes, when I'm just about to fall asleep, I feel a shift in the room. The faintest brush of air against my cheek. And I wake up before I ever hit the dream. My name is Sutton Hale, and I work as an independent field surveyor specializing in alpine soil assessment for restoration projects. The work keeps me in high elevation backcountry for long hours, usually alone, which has never bothered me. I grew up around mountains, learned early how to read snow, wind, and animal sign, and I've always told people the wilderness isn't something to fear, just something to respect. That belief stayed firm until the day a wolverine followed me along a ridge in the northern Montana backcountry. Before then, I would have confidently told anyone that wolverines avoid people. After that day, I wasn't so sure. The morning had started normally, crisp air and blue sky settling between the jagged silhouettes of the Swan Range. I'd parked my truck at dawn and ascended the narrow game trail that curled up toward Whistler Ridge. My assignment was simple: verify soil compaction along a few avalanche runout zones and photograph a flagged erosion site for an upcoming report. It was a single-day job, the kind I usually finish before sunset. I moved quickly, settling into a steady rhythm, my pack pulling across my shoulders in that familiar, grounding way. I reached the ridge around mid-morning. Up there, the wind ran unobstructed, cold enough that it bit at the edges of my gloves. The sky stayed clear, but the kind of clear that feels temporary, as if weather is hovering just out of sight. I started across the ridge, stepping between lichen-spotted rocks and small patches of lingering snow. The world was quiet in that alpine way, no insects, no birdsong, just wind humming across the stone. I had almost reached the midpoint when I heard it, a low, guttural clicking. At first, I thought it was rock shifting, maybe ice fracturing under sunlight, but the sound repeated, rhythmic, intentional, moving. I paused, straightened, and looked back over my shoulder. Nothing but stone and thin grass. The ridge sloped slightly, creating pockets of blind spots behind boulders. I told myself it was probably a marmot or maybe even just my boot brushing rock earlier. I kept walking. The clicking followed. Not loud, but distinct, 2 or 3 sharp, wet clicks, then silence. Another few steps, and the sound matched my pace. I stopped again and caught my breath, feeling the wind tug my jacket sideways. Still nothing behind me. I scanned for tracks but found only my own. The rocks were too firm to show anything else. I walked on, slower now, more deliberate with each footfall. The ridge felt narrower than I remembered, the drop-off steeper. I tightened the straps on my pack to quiet its shifting. Another set of clicks. This time, closer. I turned quickly, expecting maybe a stray dog or a trick of my mind. Instead, a shape moved between two large stones about 50 yards back. Low. Wide. Dark. I only saw it for a second, but my stomach dropped. Wolverines have a particular way of moving, a rolling, muscular motion that's impossible to confuse once you've seen it. I'd only seen one in my life before, and even from 50 yards, the shape was unmistakable. I froze with my hand on the strap of my pack. The wolverine stepped fully into view, its shoulders thick, its coat rough and darker than I expected. It didn't charge. It didn't huff. It only stood there, weight shifting forward slightly, head tilted as if trying to piece me together. Then, in a slow, deliberate motion, it rose onto its hind legs. I had never, not once in 23 years of outdoor work, seen a wolverine stand like that. Bears, sure. Even pine martens sometimes do it to sniff the wind. But a wolverine? The posture stretched it tall, almost disturbingly tall for its size, and the way it held itself upright didn't look curious. It looked calculating. I didn't move for several seconds. The animal didn't blink, and the wind didn't seem to touch it. Finally, after what felt like an entire minute, it dropped back to all fours and disappeared behind the rocks with a fluid, silent step. I exhaled slowly, realizing only then that I'd been holding my breath hard enough for my ribs to ache. I checked the time, 12:17 p.m. If I kept on schedule, I could finish the soil checks in under 2 hours and descend a safer route on the opposite side of the ridge. Wolverines are territorial but usually don't follow humans unless they're guarding a carcass or are extremely desperate. I figured it was gone. I tried to believe that. For the next 15 minutes, nothing happened. I worked along the flagged erosion site, crouching to take photos and measure depth changes in the soil. My hands steadied. My breathing evened out. The quiet returned. I eased into the familiar flow of fieldwork. Then a small stone bounced down the slope behind me. Just one. A single clatter. I stood so fast my knees locked. The air felt heavier, the silence too controlled. I didn't turn immediately. Instead, I scanned the ground at my feet, saw the faint tremble in my fingertips, and hated that the fear felt so easy and instinctive. I slowly pivoted. The wolverine was closer, much closer, sitting maybe 20 yards away on a flat slab of rock. It wasn't standing this time. Just staring. Still as a carved figure. The muscles along its back twitched once, a ripple that made its whole silhouette shift in a way I couldn't quite track. I didn't raise my voice. Didn't wave my arms. Every training I'd ever taken told me not to provoke an animal in a defensive stance. Instead, I backed away one step at a time, keeping my eyes on it, my boots scraping softly across the stone. The wolverine's head lowered a fraction. Its paws flexed. The clicking sound came again, 3 dull, snapping beats, as if it were tapping its teeth together. And then it began walking toward me. Slow. Intentional. Not charging, not bluffing, just closing the distance like it had made a decision. A decision I absolutely did not like. The wolverine's steps were almost soundless, each paw landing with a weight that didn't match its size, too controlled, too deliberate, like it understood how sound traveled on the ridge. I forced myself not to turn and run. Running wasn't an option. Not up here, not on uneven stone with a drop on both sides. And certainly not from an animal that could outrun me without trying. I kept backing away, steady and slow, my breath coming too fast even though I was trying to regulate it. The ridge narrowed behind me, curving toward a steeper outcrop. I knew the terrain well enough to understand that if I retreated much farther, I'd corner myself. I stopped moving and planted my boots shoulder-width apart to keep my balance. The wind pushed at my pack, and I had the absurd thought that if a strong gust hit me the wrong way, it might shove me right off the mountainside. The wolverine stopped too, maybe 15 feet away now. Its thick tail twitched once. Then it lowered into a crouch, not like it was preparing to pounce, but like it was testing the ground, gauging distance, calculating footing, measuring me the way a person assesses a stranger in a dark alley. "Sakai," I murmured, even though I knew sound wouldn't help. "I'm leaving. You can have the ridge." The animal tilted its head slightly. Not confused, just watching. Wind swept over the ridge again, carrying the dry scent of stone and the faint resin of alpine fir. The sun had shifted west, moving toward the distant line of mountains. I needed to break the line of sight. If I could make it to the saddle, I could descend west toward the thicker tree cover. Wolverines don't chase humans down slopes unless provoked, and even if this one was acting strange, old rules still had to mean something. Another stone rolled somewhere behind the animal, but it didn't flinch. That unnerved me more than anything else so far. Every wild creature reacts to sudden sound. This one didn't. It only stared. A gust hit from the north. For a moment, the wind flattened the animal's fur, and I caught a better look at its ribs, the faint outline beneath the coat. It wasn't starving, but it wasn't well-fed either. That could explain the boldness, but not the behavior. Wolverines are bold predators, sure, but not stalkers. Not like this. I shifted my weight carefully, setting my heel toward the sloping trail that led down the backside. The wolverine's ears twitched, tracking the movement, but it still didn't charge. I took one step, then another, easing out of the open exposure of the ridge crest and angling toward the broader rock shelf below. The wolverine followed. So fluid it seemed to slide across stone. I swallowed hard and kept moving, trying to manage both my pace and the tremor in my hands. Halfway down the slope, where the ridge widened slightly, I swung around a protruding boulder. For a brief second, the rock shielded me from the animal's line of sight. I used that second to pick up my pace, just a bit, not enough to look like I was fleeing, but enough to put real distance between us. The ground beneath me shifted. Pebbles skittered. My boots slipped. I caught myself on a ledge, breath catching in my throat. Behind me, the clicking started again. That same wet, deliberate snapping, 3 beats, a pause, and then another series. I turned my head slowly and felt the muscles in my neck tighten. The wolverine stood on the upper ledge, half in shadow, staring down at me. For a moment, I thought it might try to circle around, cutting me off on the slope below. That's what a predator would do. That's what a thinking creature would do. It blinked once, slowly. Then it dropped onto all fours and began descending the ridge with the same unsettling precision as before. I had to get off the rock face. I eased to the right, heading for a patch of thick crumholes, the stunted alpine trees that grow low to the ground. They'd give me cover, maybe break the animal's sight line enough that I could create a proper gap. Branches scraped my jacket as I pushed into the twisted growth, crouching to avoid snagging my pack. The wind died down inside the brush, muffling the world to a muted hush. For a few moments, I heard nothing but my own breath. Then faint rustling behind me. Slow, deliberate movement brushing through branches. My chest tightened. Wolverines shouldn't follow people through brush. They prefer open terrain where they can run and maneuver. But the sound kept moving, the pattern unmistakable: pause, then forward motion, then a pause again. It wasn't charging. It wasn't tracking a scent trail. It was following my exact route. A knot of adrenaline tightened in my stomach. I wriggled through the last of the crumholes and stepped out onto a slanted patch of scree. My boots slid slightly on the loose surface, but the trees around me had opened up enough that I could pick up speed without twisting an ankle. I quickened my pace, moving in a half-jog, half-controlled slide down the slope. My pack bounced, my breath hitched, sweat cooled on my neck despite the air staying cold. I looked back only once. The Wolverine emerged from the crumholes like it belonged there, its fur catching spots of afternoon light. It didn't slip. Didn't falter. It stepped onto the scree and moved with a disturbing, almost uncanny balance, placing each paw as though the stones were solid ground and not shifting debris. I broke into a full run. The scree thinned out near the saddle, where the trail dipped and curved behind a tall rock formation. I reached that curve, rounded it, and stopped dead because standing on the trail, only 20 feet ahead, was the same Wolverine. Or it had to be. Except there was no way it could have gotten ahead of me that fast. I hadn't lost sight of the slope behind me for more than 2 or 3 seconds at a time. It couldn't have passed me. It couldn't have doubled back. But it was there. Breathing slow. Chest rising and falling like it wasn't exerting itself at all. I took one step backward. My heel hit a loose stone. It clattered down the slope. The Wolverine stood up. Again. Hind legs. Taller this time, or maybe the angle made it look that way. Its head tilted slightly, and those dark eyes fixed on me, not wild, not frantic, but focused, like a puzzle it meant to solve. The wind died completely. No sound. No movement. Just the two of us, locked in a silence that pressed into my ears until they rang. The animal lowered its front paws with a slow, careful motion. And then it walked toward me. Not fast. Not threatening. Just determined. As if it had all day. And I didn't. The way it approached, steady, patient, felt worse than any charge could have. A charging animal is straightforward. You react, defend, escape. This felt different, like the Wolverine had placed itself inside some quiet, calculated rhythm I couldn't interrupt. Every step it took seemed measured against mine. My heel found firmer ground, and I eased backward, careful not to slip again. The trail here angled downward toward a cluster of boulders that marked the upper switchbacks. If I could reach them, I could break line of sight again and lose myself in the descent before the animal regrouped. But the Wolverine's pace matched mine, quickening just enough whenever I gained more than a single yard. A shadow passed over us, thin, fast. A bird above, maybe. But the Wolverine didn't look up. It watched me the way it had from the start, unblinking, intent, with a hollow kind of patience I didn't know Wolverines possessed. I spoke without thinking. I'm leaving. I'm getting off your ridge. It didn't react. A loose stone rolled behind me as I backed toward the boulders. The noise should have broken the spell, jolting the animal into motion or at least drawing its eyes. It didn't even flick an ear. It only maintained that pace, slow enough not to be a chase, fast enough not to allow distance. I reached the first boulder and cut left around it. For a moment, the animal disappeared from view. Relief hit me like cold water. I didn't hesitate. I pivoted, half ran toward the descending switchbacks carved into the granite. The drop below wasn't steep enough to be deadly, but it was enough to break my legs if I slipped, still better than letting the wolverine corner me on the ridge. Boots scraping, lungs burning, I descended the switchback's first turn, then the second. The air thinned with altitude and effort. Behind me, nothing. No clicking. No breathing. No footfalls. But when I hit the third switchback, there it was. At the apex of the turn, directly on the next section of the trail, the wolverine sat on its haunches, blocking the path. I skidded to a halt so abruptly dust rose in a cloud around my boots. My heart slammed against my ribs. My brain scrambled for explanations, side trails, shortcuts, anything that could make sense of how it managed to get below me again. But there were none. The granite walls on either side were too steep to traverse without ropes. No animal should have been able to leap that far, that fast, unseen. And yet, it sat there, waiting. Its mouth opened slightly, not with a snarl, but with that same quiet, wet clicking. 3 beats. A pause. 3 more. Like it was calling out a pattern only it understood. I slowly raised my hands, palms out, trying to show I wasn't a threat. My voice shook despite my effort to steady it. Okay. Okay. I get it. You don't want me going that way. No response beyond a tiny shift of its weight. The only other option was the off-trail drop about 6 feet down to a slope of brush and small pines. Not safe, but better than staying on the trail. I turned slightly, putting one foot toward the edge. The wolverine's head lowered. I didn't think. I jumped. Brush tore in my jacket as I dropped onto the slope, rolling once before catching myself against a twisted pine trunk. Pain shot up my right arm where a branch had raked me, but adrenaline kept it from registering fully. I scrambled to my feet, pushing through the undergrowth with frantic urgency. The trees here grew thicker, younger, their trunks narrow enough to force the animal to navigate one at a time if it followed. I moved fast, weaving downhill, snapping through brush and loose shale. Every few steps, I glanced back, expecting to see the wolverine emerging from the trees. But the slope behind me remained still. Just wind-moving needles. Just distant peaks. Just silence. I didn't trust it. I pressed farther down, legs burning, until I reached a small clearing where the ground leveled briefly before dropping again. I paused there, bent over my knees, gasping for breath. My pulse hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Sweat chilled on my skin in the high-altitude air. I turned in a slow circle, scanning every tree, every shadowed space between the rocks. Nothing. For the first time since the ridge, a fragile flicker of relief passed through me. Maybe I'd shaken it after all. Maybe terrain finally did what fear couldn't. Then a branch broke. Sharp. Deliberate. No wind. No ambiguity. My head snapped toward the sound. The wolverine stepped out from behind a boulder on the far edge of the clearing. It hadn't run. It hadn't crashed through brush. It had simply appeared again, moving with that same unnatural patience. It padded across the clearing, paws whisper quiet on pine needles, every step bringing it closer with a steadiness that hollowed out my chest. I backed toward the far side of the clearing, but the drop there was too steep, an eroded slope of loose soil leading to a dense stand of trees far below. One wrong step and I'd go tumbling. The animal stopped halfway across the clearing, staring at me with those dark, glassy eyes. Its ribs lifted with slow breaths, but there was no tension in its body. No sign of fatigue. It had followed me for hours now, down terrain no creature should have navigated so flawlessly, and it wasn't even panting. I felt something I hadn't felt since I was a child lost in a storm, pure, distilled fear. Not of death. Of intent. I turned sideways, placing myself at an angle where I could see both the wolverine and the slope without losing my footing. My voice cracked as I spoke, barely a whisper. What do you want? No growl. No snarl. Just another series of slow, soft clicks. A sound that felt less like a warning and more like communication. A sound too measured, too patterned. A sound I would hear in my sleep for nights after. The animal stepped closer, 5 feet. 4. Its eyes didn't leave mine. Its breath fogged faintly in the cold air. And then, just when I braced for it to leap or lunge or close the space between us, it stopped. Barely an arm's length away. So close I could see the texture of its whiskers, the moisture on its nose, the tremor of muscle beneath fur. It sniffed once, slowly. Then it turned. Not hurried. Not afraid. It walked past me, toward the tree line, never glancing back. 1 step. 2. 3. Each quieter than the last. Within seconds, it disappeared into the trees. Gone. No sound of movement. No rustling branches. Nothing. For a long time, I didn't move. Couldn't move. My legs felt hollow, my chest tight. When I finally forced myself to breathe normally again, the sun had shifted another inch toward the western peaks. I descended the rest of the mountain by the longest, widest route I could find, checking behind me so often my neck ached. The wolverine never reappeared. Not on the trail. Not in the ravine. Not near the parking lot where my truck sat alone under the late afternoon light. I didn't see tracks in the dust around the vehicle. I still don't know why it followed me. I only know it wasn't curiosity. And it wasn't hunger. Whatever it calculated on that ridge, whatever it decided in those silent, measured moments, it let me leave. And I'm not sure it always does. My name is Iris Cabral, and on the day this happened, I was conducting a routine solo snorkel survey along the inner mangrove fringe near Sugarloaf Key, Florida. I had logged over a decade of field time in shallow water ecosystems, and I considered myself comfortable with every resident creature from juvenile lemon sharks to the occasional curious manatee. Stingrays, especially the smaller Atlantic species common here, had never concerned me. They were shy, skittish animals that preferred to glide away long before a human came close. That's why the first flicker of unease started when I noticed one moving differently than it should have, tracking me with the kind of persistence I had only seen in territorial predators. The water was calm enough that morning that the sunlight broke through in long, trembling ribbons, illuminating the silty bottom beneath the mangrove roots. I was about 20 minutes into my survey, following my GPS line in a gentle arc, when I caught the shape beneath me. A broad, diamond-shaped body gliding just behind my right fin. Not fast, not erratic, just close. I slowed and let myself float, letting the current nudge me so I could watch it without stirring up a cloud of silt. The stingray paused too. It didn't bury itself or veer off the way they usually do. It hovered, wing-like fins undulating with slow, deliberate pulses. Its tail trailed behind it like a line drawn with a ruler. The distance between us was no more than an arm's length, which was already abnormal. I remember thinking it must be injured, or tangled in a monofilament fishing line I hadn't noticed. But its movements were smooth, controlled, healthy. When I kicked my fins forward again, it responded instantly, matching my speed, turning as I turned. A shadow stitched to my own. At first, I tried to rationalize it. I'd been in the water long enough to know animals sometimes act oddly. Maybe I'd passed over food it wanted to guard. Maybe it was accustomed to snorkelers. Maybe it was just unusually bold. But none of those explanations fit the way it followed so closely that I could feel the faint slipstream of its movement tug at the water around my ankles. I continued along my route, hoping it would peel away when the bottom sloped upward toward the narrow inlet. Instead, it drifted higher in the water column until it was nearly level with me, no longer beneath my feet but just behind my hip. I twisted, and it mirrored me. Its eyes, small, black, set wide, held a kind of stillness I couldn't parse. Animals look at you all the time underwater. This was different. It wasn't looking to see if I was a danger. It was watching. I resurfaced to clear my snorkel and check my bearings, expecting the shift in depth and movement to break whatever spell the stingray was under. When I sank back down, it was right there, closer than before, close enough its wingtip brushed the rubber side of my fin. Not brushing randomly. Brushing and staying there, like it was using me as a reference point. A knot tightened under my ribs. I started heading toward shore in a slow, steady line. No splashing, no sudden movements. The last thing I wanted was to provoke anything, even if the rational part of my brain insisted stingrays don't provoke. They react. And nothing about this creature's behavior aligned with reaction. The mangroves thickened on either side, roots rising like ribs around me. The channel here was barely chest deep at high tide, and I could already see the sandy patch where I'd planned to exit. The moment my hand brushed bottom, the stingray surged forward, not away, but up beside me, circling once, so tightly its tail whipped the water just inches from my forearm. I froze. My heartbeat thudded so hard it felt like it was vibrating my mask strap. The stingray completed one slow loop and settled in the shallows, facing me directly, half buried but not hidden. It stayed there, as if asserting something: territory, curiosity, vigilance, I couldn't tell. I backed up onto the sand, pushing my fins behind me, letting the warm shoreline water drip off me in thick rivulets. Most animals spook when you leave the water. They don't follow you to the edge like they're waiting. Yet this one remained exactly where I'd stepped out, its pectoral fins rising and falling with measured rhythm, stirring a faint cloud of silt that hovered like smoke. I sat on the sand to catch my breath, pulling my mask to my forehead. The stingray didn't retreat. It moved parallel to the shore, keeping itself aligned with me. When I stood and took a few steps to the right along the waterline, it slid the same direction, matching me with eerie precision. When I stopped, it stopped. The minutes stretched into an hour. Then another. Tide shifted, pushing more water into the shallows, but the stingray maintained its quiet patrol, pivoting slightly each time I moved, like a compass needle oriented towards something I didn't understand. Twice I tried wading back in just enough to retrieve my dropped snorkel bag, and both times it lifted off the bottom in an instant, gliding toward me with such speed that I staggered backward again, heart banging against my ribs. By early afternoon, I was sunburned, dehydrated, and still pinned to the narrow beach by an animal that shouldn't have cared about me in the slightest. My truck was parked a quarter-mile down the shoreline, but getting to it meant following the water's edge, and each time I edged even 10 feet away, the stingray moved with me, keeping exactly the same distance. Not chasing, Not leaving. Just watching. Just waiting. That was when the unease fully crystallized into fear, not because of what it had done, but because of what it refused to do. It refused to leave. And there was nothing in my training that told me what to do when an animal didn't want you to get away. The longer it stayed there, the harder it became to convince myself that I wasn't imagining a pattern. Animals don't behave with intent, not this kind of intent, but the stingray's movements had a strange consistency, as if it cared more about maintaining a particular distance from me than about the shoreline, the current, or even the natural rhythm of the tide. Every time the water pushed farther up the beach, it repositioned itself to remain aligned with where I stood, like a guard whose only job was to make sure I didn't step back in. By 2 in the afternoon, the heat was unforgiving. The sand felt hot enough to scorch my heels. My wetsuit, half peeled down to my waist, clung heavy and damp around my hips. I kept checking my watch, not because the time mattered, but because doing anything gave me the illusion of control. The stingray stayed centered in the shallows, close enough that any attempt I made to collect my gear would draw it in tighter. I needed water, actual drinking water, and the nearest bottle was in my truck. My truck was reachable if I walked the shoreline. And the stingray had already shown it would follow. I tried a test. Not toward the truck, just a few steps along the beach in the other direction. The stingray slid with me, its body cleaving a slow arc through the clear, shallow water. Every time I paused, it slowed too, gliding to a stop before sinking lightly into the sandy bottom, not fully burying but settling as if to wait for my next move. There was a point, maybe around the third time I watched it do this, that something subtle but undeniable clicked in my brain. It wasn't copying my movements in a vague, instinctive way. It was calibrating them, matching them in a way that suggested it was monitoring, adjusting, ensuring I did not cross some invisible line. I crouched on the sand, elbows on my knees, and tried to steady my voice as if speaking to it would anchor me in something rational. "You're not supposed to do this," I whispered. The ray didn't react. Not a twitch. Not a shift of sand. It just watched. The only sounds were the light hiss of distant wind through mangrove leaves and the soft lapping of water over the shore. That was when I noticed something else. The inlet was usually busy on days like this: kayaks, paddleboards, the occasional snorkeling couple. But the water had been empty for hours. Completely empty. No voices, no paddles slapping water, no distant splashes. Just me and the stingray, locked in a quiet stretch of coastline that felt increasingly cut off from the rest of the world. A ripple of unease crawled through me. I needed to get out of here. I stood, wiped my palms on my wetsuit, and began walking toward my truck. The stingray moved instantly. Not fast. Just deliberate. An unhurried glide that maintained a precise angle relative to me. Every few seconds it adjusted, staying just shallow enough that its body was clearly visible, but just far enough that I couldn't grab anything from the waterline without stepping closer to it. After about 20 yards, the mangroves opened up to a wider stretch of sand. My truck was parked behind a small dune, close enough that I could see the corner of the tailgate through the leaves. Relief flickered through me until I saw something else. My snorkel bag. It was floating. Not drifting. Not washed up. Floating on the surface in the shallows, directly in front of the stingray. It must have been lifted by the rising tide, but the way it bobbed or perfectly centered made it look intentional. Like bait. Or a lure. I swallowed hard. I needed that bag. My backup radio was inside. I stepped closer, just enough that the stingray reacted. It lifted off the bottom, wings spreading like a breath, moving toward me with steady, controlled propulsion. I froze. It froze. The bag drifted another 6 inches, brushing against its back. There was no scenario where I could retrieve that bag without entering the water. The stingray knew that, at least, it behaved like it did. So I backed away, pulse hammering against my neck, and continued toward the truck. The shoreline curved slightly, and for a moment I lost sight of the stingray as I moved past a cluster of mangrove roots. But the moment I reached the next open stretch, there it was again, gliding to stay aligned with me as though we were tethered. 30 more yards. 20. 10. I could practically feel the cool condensation on the water bottle waiting inside the truck. I angled toward the parking area, sand hot under my feet, breath catching in my throat. I kept expecting the ray to stop once I left the immediate shoreline, but when I looked back, it was still there. Still watching. Still following the line of the beach as I approached my truck. I yanked open the driver's side door, grabbed the water bottle, chugged half of it in frantic gulps, then leaned over the roof to peer down toward the water. The stingray had positioned itself at the closest point of shoreline directly across from me. Not wandering. Not feeding. Just holding there, body half submerged, tail trailing behind like an arrow. The sky was beginning to darken in that early warning way Florida often does before an evening storm. A soft roll of distant thunder vibrated the air. Storms could shift tides. Storms could push creatures inland. Storms could force me to stay put. I tapped the bottle and tightened my jaw. I had 2 options: wait this out, hoping the stingray would eventually leave, or find a way to get my snorkel bag and head back to the research station before the weather turned. And the truth lodged in my chest like a stone: I needed that bag. My keys were clipped inside it. The stingray hadn't just kept me out of the water. It had kept me from leaving. And the rising storm meant my time was running short. Then I sprang out from behind the roots, running full speed into the water, arms cutting ahead of me. The bag was just a few feet away. I lunged, grabbed it, and spun back toward the shore. And behind me, the water exploded. A surge of movement. A dark shape slicing upward, faster than anything I'd seen all day. I didn't look back. My legs tore through the water, sand churning around my calves, every instinct firing at once. I crashed onto the sand, bag clutched to my chest, rain pounding so hard it felt like needles. I scrambled backward, eyes wide and stinging, heart hammering wildly. The stingray had stopped at the waterline. Right at the edge. Watching. Breathing hard, I stumbled up the beach, gripping the bag with both hands. The stingray didn't follow. Not 1 inch farther. It simply hovered there, letting the storm pour over it, making no further attempt to approach or block me. I reached my truck, threw myself inside, slammed the door, and twisted the ignition with shaking fingers. As I pulled away, tires kicking sand, I looked once more toward the inlet. The stingray was still there. Still watching. Still guarding a line I hadn't realized I'd crossed until too late. To this day, I don't know what it wanted. But I know this much. I've never gone back into those mangroves. And I never will. My name is Jonas Reeve, and I am a seasonal trail surveyor contracted by the State Forestry Department. Most of my assignments involve hiking remote stretches to check signage, mark down washouts, and log wildlife sightings for population tracking. It's routine work, usually quiet, and I've spent enough nights alone in the woods to know the difference between something natural and something that feels wrong. What happened to me took place over the course of a single day, a day that started calm, ordinary, and forgettable, until the moment the fox appeared beside my campfire. I had started out before sunrise from the ranger station, pushing westward along a seldom-used spur trail that skirted a narrow creek valley. The plan was to get 6 miles in, repair a broken post noted by the previous crew, and camp overnight so I could finish the loop and return before dark the next evening. Easy mileage, stable weather. A simple assignment. I remember thinking I'd be bored. I reached the creek around noon and logged debris from spring runoff. Nothing unusual. Fallen branches, a low mudslide, bare scat not more than 2 days old. I ate lunch on a rock ledge overlooking the water. I didn't see anything watching me or trailing me. If anything was out there, I would have noticed. Or at least, that's what I believed then. By late afternoon, I found a decent clearing above the creek. A small bowl-shaped pocket in the terrain, sheltered by a ring of spruce and aspen, with a windbreak formed by a natural granite outcrop. I'd camped in worse. I pitched my small one-person tent with the practice rhythm of someone who could do it blindfolded, stakes set, fly tightened, sleeping pad unrolled. The light was softening into that warm, late-day glow that makes the woods feel almost gentle. I gathered deadfall for a fire, enough to last me through the evening. I didn't need one, strictly speaking, but the air was dropping colder than forecast and I preferred a small flame to keep my hands warm while I wrote notes. I sparked the fire around 7, set my pack against a log, and stretched my boots toward the heat. That was when I first saw the fox. It didn't creep in. It didn't hesitate at the edge of the clearing. It simply appeared between the aspens, stepping out with a confidence that didn't match the species' usual skittishness. A red fox, typical coloration, lean frame, thick late-season coat. Normal at a glance. But its posture was different. Head high, tail low, ears angled forward. Assessing me. Measuring me. I expected it to bolt when I moved. Instead, when I shifted onto one knee to get a better look, it shifted onto one knee mirroring me, though it shouldn't have had that kind of anatomical mobility. I froze. It sat back on its haunches like it had been caught mimicking a game it didn't entirely understand. I told myself it wasn't actually copying me. Animals do occasional echoes of movement by coincidence. But then it changed position again, exactly as I did. When I leaned to the right, it leaned to the right. When I straightened my back, it straightened. When I put my hand near the fire to warm it, the fox extended its paw toward the flames, not close, but close enough to reflect the gesture. And the whole time, it stared with a stillness I'd only ever seen in predatory animals right before they pounce. The firelight made its eyes glow a deep orange, brighter than any reflection I'd seen before. And the teeth, it wasn't smiling in the cute, curious way foxes sometimes do. Its mouth hung open too wide, exposing more incisors than I expected for such a small creature. Maybe it was just the firelight distorting the shadows, but the grin looked stretched, unnatural in a way I couldn't rationalize. I cleared my throat, trying to chase off the tension that was building in my chest. "Hey, buddy," I whispered, hoping some sound would break the spell. "You're a little bold, aren't you?" The fox tilted its head when I tilted mine. Not a split second later, not delayed, perfectly synced. Like we were sharing a single thought. I stood up slowly. The fox rose too, but not on all fours. It didn't stand upright, not fully, but for a moment it almost lifted from the ground, shifting its weight forward as if it considered trying. Then it settled back down on its paws. The sun dipped behind the ridge, dimming the clearing, and the fire became the only light source. The fox's fur caught the glow with a sheen that made its entire outline look two defined edges sharp, each hair glinting more metallic than natural. It watched my every move without blinking. I couldn't tell if it wasn't blinking or if the transitions were so smooth that I couldn't perceive them. I sat back on the log and the fox sat back on the opposite side of the fire, no more than 6 feet from me. I opened my notebook to make myself appear calm. When I lifted my pencil, the fox lifted its paw. When I scratched a line on the paper, the fox dragged its paw lightly across the dirt, tracing a similar line. I told myself this had to be conditioning, someone feeding it, interacting with it too closely. Some misguided hiker had taught it that mimicking humans gets rewards. That explanation held just long enough to keep me from packing up right then and there. But as darkness deepened and the chill crept into the bowl-shaped clearing, one thought kept gnawing at me. Wild animals don't sit beside fires. And they definitely don't smile. And they definitely, absolutely do not mimic. The fire settled into a steady, low crackle as night finally sealed the clearing. Shadows stretched long between the trunks, making the ring of trees feel tighter, closer, as if the woods were slowly leaning in. The fox remained exactly where it had been, not an inch closer, not an inch farther, just a statue with breath. I kept reminding myself that this was still an animal, that strange behavior didn't automatically mean danger, but each minute that passed made that logic feel thinner. Around 9, the temperature dropped hard. My breath fogged the air in front of me, drifting upward into the dark. The fox's did too, except the movement of its breath looked controlled. Like it wasn't just exhaling naturally but matching my rhythm. I inhaled slow. The fox inhaled slow. I exhaled through my nose. The fox did the same, a soft white plume slipping from its jaw. It wasn't random. It wasn't coincidence. It was learning me. I tried ignoring it and focused on documenting the day's mileage in my notebook. Normal tasks, normal details. I described trail sections, slope angles, erosion signs, anything to ground myself. But the fire wasn't roaring anymore, and the quiet around me grew strangely heavy, like the entire forest had stopped making noise. No crickets. No wind. No distant owls. Even the creek below sounded hushed, muted, like someone had draped a heavy cloth over the world. When I shifted my boots slightly, just enough to stretch my ankle, the fox shifted its forepaw by the same angle. I tried clearing my throat again. The fox's mouth opened wider. Its tongue curled unnaturally still. It wasn't trying to mimic the sound, just a gesture. I swallowed hard, feeling stupid for how tense my shoulders had gotten. "You're weird," I murmured, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know that?" The fox's head lowered, and for the first time since it arrived, it broke synchronization. It didn't mimic the sound of my voice or the small movement I made when I leaned forward. Instead, it studied my face with a focus I've only ever seen in people, like it wanted to understand my words, not my posture. Its mouth closed slowly, the stretched grin fading into a more neutral expression. That should have comforted me. It didn't. I decided to test something. I raised my right hand slowly, palm outward. The fox raised its right paw, mirroring the angle and height. Then I lowered my hand halfway, and the fox lowered its paw halfway. But when I snapped my hand abruptly down to my knee, the fox didn't follow. Instead, it flinched, not backward, not startled. It flinched forward, a tiny involuntary jerk of its body like it had been about to leap toward me. Then it stopped itself, froze again, and resumed the same eerie, patient pose. That was when I made the call. I wasn't sleeping in the tent. Not with that thing outside. I'd sit up by the fire all night if I had to. I wasn't overtired, and I didn't have far to hike in the morning. Staying awake wasn't the hard part. Staying calm was. The fox didn't blink. Not once. I watched its eyes for any flicker, any tiny shift in the gleam. Nothing. It was like the firelight lived inside them. Around 10, the wind picked up slightly. A gust rattled the spruce behind me, and I instinctively turned my head. When I looked back, the fox had scooted closer, perhaps only a foot, but unmistakably closer. It hadn't moved while I was watching it, but the new distance was wrong. Too close. Uncomfortably close. I steadied my breathing and poked the fire with a long stick to keep the flame alive. Sparks spiraled upward. The fox's eyes followed every spark, tracking them with uncanny precision. Then it looked back at me, and its jaw flexed open just a hair too wide again, as if the smile was returning. My hand tightened on the stick. "Don't," I whispered before I could stop myself. "Don't do that." The fox didn't mimic the whisper. It didn't move its paw or tilt its head. It simply stared, and in that moment, I felt something shift in the clearing. Not in the air, not in the trees. In the fox itself. It wasn't learning me anymore. It had learned enough. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't want to know. I reached behind me slowly, careful not to make sudden movements, and felt for my headlamp. When my fingers brushed the strap, I slipped it on, clicked it to a low beam, and turned it toward the fox. Its eyes didn't flash green or yellow like normal animals do when hit with artificial light. They reflected silver. Sharp, metallic silver, like polished metal catching the sun. The reflection wasn't natural. I knew that instantly. My training, my years in the wilderness, everything inside me told me that was wrong. The fox lifted its paw again. But this time, it wasn't copying me. My hands were still. My body was still. The gesture came from it alone. It raised its paw slowly, deliberately, like an animal imitating a wave it had seen too many times. Then, without blinking, without breaking eye contact, it placed the paw on its own chest, as if pointing at itself. Then it lowered its paw to the ground, pressed it against the dirt, and dragged it slowly forward, one smooth, purposeful stroke. It wasn't copying me. It was showing me something. I didn't understand what. But the meaning settled heavy in my stomach. The fox had intentions. Intentions aren't something you want to assign to wild animals, not in any realistic scenario, but I felt it with absolute certainty. The same way you know when someone across a room is staring at you with a reason. The fire popped sharply, and I jerked at the sudden noise. When my eyes snapped back to the fox, it was even closer. 3 feet now. Breathing in sync with me again. Mouth tightening into that too-wide smile. It was waiting. But for what? The fox didn't move for a long time after that, at least, not in any way I could see. It stayed 3 feet away, sitting in that same composed posture, the firelight making its fur ripple in faint, molten shades of orange and brass. Its breath matched mine again, almost imperceptibly, like we were tethered by something neither of us had chosen. I kept my hand around the fire stick even though I knew it wouldn't do much, not if the animal decided to lunge. I'd seen foxes dart faster than arrows, quick, precise, silent. If it wanted to reach me, nothing I held would matter. Around 11, the fire dipped low, shrinking into a bed of glowing coals. I fed it a few small branches, but I didn't want to make a big blaze. Something about the silence in the clearing made me instinctively avoid any sudden sound or movement. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath, and the fox was the center of whatever tension was hanging in the air. When I set the last branch on the embers, the fox leaned slightly forward, not enough to seem aggressive, just enough to watch the wood shift. Its eyes tightened, and for the first time, I saw a tiny flicker of reflected flame inside them. Real flame. Not silver now, gold. Like the fox wasn't reflecting the firelight but absorbing it. My brain told me I was overtired, maybe edging into some kind of hallucination. But I wasn't. I knew I wasn't. The cold was sharp, the night crisp, my senses clear. Whatever I was seeing was happening exactly as it appeared. I decided to try something new. I didn't want to talk to it again, that had felt too strange, too personal somehow, but I wanted to break the pattern. So I closed my eyes. Just for a few seconds. I let out a slow breath, feeling the cold creep under my collar, and when I opened my eyes again, the fox was gone. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I spun, headlamp beam slicing between tree trunks, across the outcrop, through the darkness of the surrounding brush. Nothing. No rustling. No paw prints. No flash of fur vanishing into the night. The space 3 feet from me where it had been moments ago looked undisturbed, like nothing had ever been there. I stood slowly, feeling exposed suddenly, like the clearing had grown larger without the fox anchoring its edge. I didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. The woods were quiet again, the creek's distant trickle faint but audible, and a faint breeze finally returned, brushing my shoulders with the scent of cold soil and spruce sap. I told myself the fox had just slipped away, silently as foxes do. It had finally lost interest. Maybe it was a habituated animal after all, trained by too many interactions with campers looking for cute photos. I tried to believe that. I really did. But as I turned to reach for my tent zipper, a shape appeared behind me, not close, but far enough across the clearing to make me doubt my own eyes at first. A tall, narrow silhouette between 2 aspens. Then another. 2 points of faint gold glinting from the darkness. The fox. Not sitting this time. Standing perfectly still, one paw lifted mid-step, as if it had frozen mid-approach the instant my headlamp swept past. Its body was half-shadowed, but the eyes were steady. Watching. Learning. My chest tightened. I didn't move. The fox didn't move either. I lowered my headlamp beam, hoping the softer angle would break whatever moment we had locked ourselves into. The fox responded immediately. Its lifted paw lowered soundlessly to the soil, and it stepped fully into the clearing. Closer. Not running. Not stalking. Just approaching with a deliberate, unhurried precision that made my skin crawl. Like the fox had been practicing the walk. I backed toward the fire, raising my stick in front of me instinctively. The fox paused again, its gaze dropping briefly to the glowing coals. Then it did something that made my stomach twist in a way I still can't fully put words to. It sat. Exactly where it had been before. Exactly in the same posture. As at the momentary disappearance, the reappearance in the trees, none of it had been unusual. As if it had just repositioned itself and now resumed whatever game it believed we were playing. I stood there long enough for my legs to ache. I couldn't bring myself to sit. Every instinct told me not to break eye contact, but the longer we stared at each other, the more I felt that the fox wasn't engaging in a standoff. It was trying to understand me on a level animals don't reach. Minutes became half an hour. The fox didn't budge. I didn't either. My hands were shaking from cold when the fire finally gave out for good, collapsing into a soft mound of coals. Darkness thickened instantly, swallowing the clearing's edges. My headlamp beam cut a narrow circle of visibility, and within that circle, the fox's eyes shone like twin embers. I whispered to myself, I need to leave. The fox didn't mimic the words this time, but something in the way its pupils tightened made me believe it understood exactly what I meant. I packed in pure silence, every motion slow, careful. The fox never moved. When I slung my pack onto my shoulders, the fox tilted its head. When I stepped backward toward the trail, it watched my boots, its jaw barely parting as if tasting the air I left behind. I didn't turn my back on it until I absolutely had to. When the trees finally blocked the clearing, I felt a tremor run down my spine so strong my legs nearly gave out. I walked fast. Not quite running. Listening for pause. I didn't hear any. Not until I reached the creek bend half a mile from camp when a single sound carried through the darkness behind me. A soft, precise footstep. Then another. Not rushing. Just following. Matching pace. Learning. I didn't stop until sunrise hit the ridge. And when I finally looked back, there were fresh fox tracks behind mine for as far as I could see, one perfect set after another, without a single misstep or break in rhythm. Like it had walked in my footprints the whole way. Like it was still learning me. And maybe, somewhere out there in those woods, still is. My name is Melanie Kerr, and on the 15th of September, I was driving alone through Yellowstone National Park after a field photography assignment that had run 3 hours past schedule. I remember checking the dashboard clock constantly, 6:42 p.m., then 6:57, then 7:10, because daylight in the park slips away quicker than people expect, especially when the sky is smeared with that early fall haze that swallows color and distance alike. I was exhausted, a little cold, and eager to reach the lodge before the temperature dipped further. I had spent the entire day photographing geothermal features for a regional travel guide, and my jeans were still stiff from the minerals that had splashed onto them near fountain pen pot. What I needed was a shower, warm food, and silence. Nothing more complicated than that. The road was quiet, too quiet, in hindsight. Even at dusk, most visitors are still out, chasing sunset shots over the terraces or working their way toward wildlife pullouts. But I hadn't seen another pair of headlights in almost 20 minutes. The ash that followed me down the road wasn't peaceful. It was thick. Like the air itself was listening. I cracked my window because my windshield was fogging slightly, and a strange mix of sulfur and coal pine drifted in. I remember thinking that smelled exactly like the park, beautiful and a bit dangerous. The bison appeared without warning. One moment the asphalt was empty, cutting straight through the stretch of lodgepole pine like a dark ribbon. The next, my headlights hit a hulking shape standing perfectly centered in the lane. At first, all I saw was a wall of dark fur and the outline of a beard swaying gently in the breeze. I slammed the brakes hard enough that my camera bag pitched forward from the passenger seat and spilled half its contents onto the floor. My seatbelt bit into my chest. My breath fogged the glass. The bison didn't flinch. It stood facing me, body angled slightly to the left, massive head lowered just enough that the forward curve of its horns caught the light. I had seen plenty of bison in Yellowstone before, photographed them, even, but something about this one was instantly wrong. Not supernatural, not weirdly aggressive. Just off. Wrong in the way a person standing on the wrong side of a guardrail is wrong. Wrong in a way my brain recognized instinctively before logic caught up. I waited. 30 seconds. Then a minute. Then 2. It didn't move. I tapped the horn, one short beep. The sound echoed strangely between the trees, like it was bouncing off trunks instead of disappearing into open air. The bison flicked in the air but didn't budge. I tried again, longer this time, and my nerves tightened when it responded by taking a single slow step forward. Just one. That was enough to shut down any thought I had about honking again. I put the car in reverse. For a moment, nothing happened. I lifted my foot off the brake and eased backward, tires crunching over gravel scattered across the asphalt. My eyes flicked between the rearview mirror and the animal ahead. I hoped it would lose interest the way wildlife usually does when a car gives it space. Then it moved. Not charging. Not even walking normally. Just following. A deliberate, heavy step for each foot of distance I gained. The sound of its hooves wasn't loud, but I felt it. Felt it through the steering wheel, through the seat, through the road itself like a slow, rhythmic pulse. I whispered, "You've got to be kidding me," under my breath. Yellowstone has rules drilled into every visitor. Stay in your car, give wildlife space, never approach bison. But there isn't a rule for when a bison decides to approach you, or worse, when it mirrors your movement like a shadow. I reversed farther, giving it room, half expecting it to skid to a stop or wander off into the trees. Instead, the exact opposite happened. It accelerated just slightly, matching me with unnerving precision. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. The sky dimmed to a bruised blue, and the first hints of night crept between the branches. I could feel the temperature dropping. The idea of stopping wasn't an option. If I braked, it would close the distance instantly. If I sped up, I risked hitting something behind me. I was stuck in a bizarre, crawling standoff. After 50 yards of this slow retreat, I rolled my window up the rest of the way. I didn't even realize I'd left it a few inches open. Cold air had been creeping in the entire time, but what jolted me into action was the faint sound that carried on that air, the sharp rush of a powerful exhale. Not from the engine. Not from me. From the bison. Even with the window sealed, I could hear it, deep, slow breaths like the sound of a furnace taking in fuel. Each exhale fogged the air around its face, vapor rising in small clouds that swirled in my headlights. It was too close. Way too close. I swallowed hard. My pulse hammered in my throat. For a moment, the road behind me dipped into deeper shadows, and panic tightened my ribs. I couldn't just reverse indefinitely. Eventually, the pavement curved. I knew that. I'd driven this stretch earlier. At some point, I have to stop or turn or do something other than continue this bizarre backward crawl. I risked a glance away, just 1 second, to check the mirror again. When I looked back, the bison had closed the distance by another 2 feet. Its head was angled directly at my windshield now, not slightly off to the side. Its eyes caught the glare and reflected it like dark mirrors. Its breath rolled out in slow bursts, fogging the glass as if it were already pressing against it. But it wasn't pressing yet. Not yet. That came later. I kept easing the car backward, trying not to let my hand shake, but the steering wheel still trembled under my palms. The bison's outline swayed slightly with each step, its hump rolling like a shifting boulder, its shadow stretching unnaturally long across the pavement. The headlights carved out a narrow corridor of pale light, but everything beyond that faded into dim blue forest, pines packed tightly together, their needles stirring in a slow wind that didn't reach me. I remember thinking the trees looked almost complicit, like they were leaning in to watch. The road behind me wasn't straight for much longer. I could feel it approaching even before the mirror picked up the bend. I'd memorized this stretch earlier in the day, the gentle left curve that dropped slightly toward a marshy pullout. If I kept reversing, I'd end up in soft ground or worse, sliding down a shallow embankment. My choices were evaporating quickly. The bison took another deliberate step, then another, closing the distance inch by inch until its breath fogged the lower left corner of the windshield. Each burst of vapor spread across the glass in a slow melting bloom, its warmth meeting the cold exterior of the car. I heard the faint thud of its hoofs settling on the pavement, followed by a low, rumbling exhale that vibrated faintly through my steering wheel. I whispered out loud, "Okay. Okay, just think." I tried angling the car slightly, giving myself room to swing back into the correct orientation, but every twitch of my tires seemed to make the bison tense. Not visibly, not in any dramatic way, but its stance shifted subtly, like it was reading me, planning around me. I'd always heard people call bison unpredictable, but this wasn't unpredictability. This was focus. My eyes darted to the passenger seat, where my camera bag lay half-spilled. A long lens rested against the floor mat, rolling gently with every movement of the car. For a split second, the absurdity struck me. I had thousands of dollars worth of equipment inches away, and all I could think about was survival, not the shot of a lifetime. The bison let out a sound, half snort, half grunt. My body reacted before my mind did, and I hit the brakes. The car jerked, the seatbelt dug into my ribs, and the bison responded instantly by stepping closer. It was right at the bumper now, close enough that I could no longer see its legs through the windshield, just the broad, steaming wall of its chest, fur matted with dust and shedding tufts that clung to its shoulders. I pressed myself back into the seat. My breathing stuttered. This is where people panic, I thought. This is exactly how accidents happen out here. I forced myself to inhale slowly. Think. Options. I needed a way to break line of sight or create space. Reversing was no longer viable. Going forward required steering around a 1,000-pound animal that clearly had no intention of moving. I glanced down the narrow corridor of trees on my right, too tight. On the left side of the road, the ground dipped unevenly, dotted with sagebrush. If I pulled off too fast, I'd risk blowing a tire or bottoming out. But staying put wasn't an option. The bison wasn't wandering off. It was lingering, testing, maybe. And then came the moment everything shifted from uneasy to something far worse. The bison raised its head and pressed the front of its skull, not a hit, not a shove, just a firm, steady push against the windshield. The glass didn't crack, but it groaned under the pressure. A hollow, resonant flex like someone leaning their weight against a window pane in a house. The softness of the motion made it 10 times more threatening. It wasn't lashing out. It wasn't spooked. It was curious. I said, barely audible, "Please don't." Its breath smeared another foggy plume against the glass. The heat of it seeped into the cabin, mixing with my own rising panic. I could see individual strands of fur now, coarse and tangled, illuminated by the headlights. A few long hairs stuck to the windshield, twitching as the bison breathed. My hands were slick with sweat. I needed noise. Pressure. Something that would redirect it without provoking it into a full charge. The horn hadn't helped before, but at this range, maybe it would? Or maybe it would terrify the animal enough to ram the car, cave the windshield, flipped the whole sedan like a toy. Bison could run over 40 miles per hour. They could break bones without trying. But sitting still was worse. I lifted my hand and hit the horn. The sound exploded through the forest like a gunshot. The bison jerked back, not far, just a few inches, but the reaction was immediate and jarring. Its head snapped up, eyes wide for the first time. For that fraction of a second, I saw something like confusion cross its features, if animals could have expressions, but then it let out a deep, rolling grunt and shifted its weight. Not away. Forward. I threw the car into drive without thinking. My tires screamed against the pavement for half a second before gripping, and I swerved just enough to angle around the massive shoulder of the animal. The maneuver was clumsy, desperate, borderline stupid, and I felt the right tires bounce over the edge of the asphalt onto dirt. The car lurched, suspension protesting. The bison pivoted faster than I expected. In the mirror, I saw its head swing toward me, eyes catching the brake lights. Its hooves struck the ground hard, and for a moment, it looked ready to give chase. My stomach dropped. I floored the accelerator, gravel spraying behind me as the car surged back onto the pavement. For 5 seconds, a long, stretched-out eternity, it followed. Not at a run. At that same deliberate, heavy walk. Step for step. Matching my speed creepingly, absurdly well, as if it was keeping pace without exertion. The way a person might walk beside a slow-moving train. But then I gained distance. 10 feet. 20. 30. Its shape shrank in the mirror until the forest swallowed it in shadow. I exhaled shakily. Relief washed over me, dizzying and premature. Because that was the moment I saw the real problem. The curve ahead wasn't empty. Something big stood just beyond the bend, right in the center of the road. Another bison. Or, God help me, the same one. For a moment I forgot how to breathe. The shape in the road was backlit faintly by the fading sky, just enough that I could see the broad silhouette, the sway of a beard, the slow shift of muscle under thick fur. My brain refused the possibility it couldn't be the same bison, not that fast, not without me seeing, but the park road curved sharply enough that I wouldn't have been able to watch the entire route behind me. My headlights washed over the figure, and the illumination scattered across its dark coat in familiar patterns. The same uneven tufts. The same dust clinging stubbornly against the shoulder. The same slow lift of the head, angled just slightly to the left. It was the same one. My foot hovered over the brake, but instinct screamed not to stop immediately. Bison respond unpredictably to sudden movement. Slamming on the brakes could read as a challenge. Hitting the gas could look like a threat. I kept the car rolling forward at a crawl, inching toward the animal, each second stretching like a thin wire I was terrified to snap. The bison didn't move. It waited, looming in the exact middle of the asphalt. My headlights carved out its shape again, revealing the faint rise and fall of its breath. The glare made its eyes appear like black pits, shake-hardened and unfathomable. I tried counting my breathing the way I'd been taught during panic attacks. Inhale 4 counts, exhale 4 counts. It didn't help. My breaths wouldn't sink. They kept stuttering, breaking, catching on the edges of fear. When I dropped to a near stop, the bison stepped forward. Just one step. But it was enough for my entire body to react with a full jolt of adrenaline. My throat tightened. My fingers clenched the steering wheel so hard my knuckles flared white. I could feel my heartbeat in the tips of my fingers, in my teeth, behind my eyes. I had never been this close to one before, not this close, now with nothing but a windshield between us. Its size swallowed the entire field of view. Its breath fogged the glass again. My options were gone. I couldn't reverse, not without risking it charging or following again. I couldn't go around it, the shoulder was too soft, too uneven, and the trees too tight. I couldn't honk, I had no idea if it would escalate things. Every choice felt like a gamble with terrible odds. The bison took another step toward me, and I froze completely. It lowered its head, letting the edge of its horn cast a crescent shadow across the glass. I could hear its exhale as clearly as if it were inside the cabin with me, deep, hot, steady. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield in response, mixing with the condensation from outside. For a moment, all I could see was a blurred double layer of steam. I wiped the glass with the back of my hand, but my skin was trembling badly, streaking the moisture instead of clearing it. Then it pressed its head against the car. Not lightly this time. Not experimentally. The windshield bowed inward with an audible groan, long, drawn out, metallic. The kind of sound that makes your stomach flip because you know machinery isn't supposed to make it. The entire cabin vibrated, my mirror shaking, the dashboard rattling like a loose tooth. I gasped involuntarily. The glass held, but seeing it flex was enough to bring tears to my eyes. Terror, pure and unfiltered. The bison didn't attack. It didn't try to crush the car or ram the hood. It just kept that steady pressure, like it was testing the boundary between us. A slow, deliberate push. A test of how much force separated its world from mine. Something in me snapped. I shifted into reverse again, not because I thought it was smart, but because my body acted without permission, propelled solely by panic. The tires spun on loose gravel before gripping. The car jerked backward an inch, then another. The bison lifted its head. And followed. Again. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. The road behind me wasn't long. The bend I had just rounded felt impossibly close now, the shadows drawn tight like a narrow throat. If I reversed too far, I'd be trapped between the curve and the bison's massive weight. The thought turned my bones to ice. I shifted back into drive. The bison stopped moving, watching me with a stillness that felt almost surgical. I realized then that it had been hurting me without ever changing its pace. Blocking me. Guiding me. Keeping me on this short stretch of road with no exits. Yellowstone is enormous, but out here, I felt like I'd been reduced to a square of pavement with only one outcome. I whispered, "Please. Please let me go." The bison blinked once, slow and heavy. Then it did something I still can't fully explain. It stepped aside. Not far, just a foot or two. Enough for the road to open up. Enough for my car to slide through if I angled the wheel perfectly. It didn't turn away. It didn't lose interest. It simply shifted its weight and waited, like a toll collector deciding whether I deserved passage. My stomach twisted. This could be a trap. If I went too slow, it could shift back in front of me. If I went too fast, it could interpret the movement as a threat. But I had to choose something. I guided the car forward at the slowest, smoothest speed my shaking foot could manage. The bison loomed inches from my window now, its head higher than the roof. I could hear every breath it took, the long inhale, the low rumble of the exhale. My window was only separated from it by a thin sheet of glass and cold air. If it wanted to, it could shatter the window with a single swing of its head. The car eased past the animal, inch by painstaking inch. A heat wave rolled against the side of the car with each breath it released. When the bison's face passed my window, I made a mistake. I looked at it, and for a single heartbeat, it looked back. Not wildly, not aggressively, just a steady, assessing gaze, the way a doctor might examine a patient or a mechanic might check a strange noise in an engine, as if it was trying to understand me. When I finally cleared its massive front legs, I pressed the accelerator just enough to put distance between us. Not fleeing, just escaping. I didn't dare look in the mirror until I'd put a full 100 yards between the car and the bend. When I finally checked, the road behind me was empty. The bison was gone. The forest still. The pavement bare. I didn't breathe again until I saw another car's headlights a mile later. That night, even after reaching the lodge, I felt its breath in the glass. I felt the weight of its head pressing against the windshield. I felt watched, measured, judged. I still don't know why it blocked me. I don't know what it wanted. But I know this. I will never drive Yellowstone's roads at dusk again. Ever. Because that bison didn't act like an animal that wandered into the road. It acted like an animal waiting for me. My name is Daniel Rusk, and I am a contracted agricultural surveyor assigned to evaluate a series of protective fencing installations across Bishop's Creek Orchard. According to my field logs, the incident occurred on September 14th of last year, beginning at approximately 4:10 p.m. and concluding, at least officially, before sunset. Unofficially, I suppose the conclusion hasn't fully happened yet. I am providing my account as precisely and objectively as possible, though I acknowledge that certain details have stayed with me in ways I cannot quantify through measurements or notes. I arrived on site expecting a standard inspection, assess tree damage, check for gaps in perimeter fencing, document soil erosion. The orchard had recently reported increasing signs of feral hog activity, turned soil, damaged irrigation lines, hoof tracks appearing in places they shouldn't. Nothing out of the ordinary for rural farmland in California's Central Valley. Wild boars didn't scare me. They weren't supposed to. I dealt with them before on other properties, and they were usually drawn by fallen fruit, not people. But I knew something was off the moment I stepped out of my truck. The air was still, unusually still for an open orchard. Even the wind through the branches felt held back. Rows of apple and pear trees stretched in every direction, shadows falling long between them as the sun began to dip behind the western ridge. I started my walk through like I always do, clipboard, tape measure, GPS device clipped to my vest, boots crunching over dry leaves. About 10 minutes in, I heard the first scrape. It was faint, definitely not in my row. A harsh, deliberate drag across bark. I paused, thinking maybe one of the orchard hands was out collecting samples or pruning. I called out, "Anyone out here?" The quiet that followed wasn't unusual, but it didn't feel casual. It felt expectant. I made a note of fresh root exposure near the base of a Macintosh apple. Something had dug around it recently, hoof marks spaced wide, deeper than typical, like the animal weighed much more than a normal boar. Still, I kept moving. Work is work. There was a lot to inspect before dusk. The second scrape came clearer. Wood against tusk. This time closer. A long, slow drag that made my teeth press together. I knew the sound. I'd heard boars root against fence posts before, but this wasn't rooting. It was testing. Almost intentional, like something brushing the surface of a wall to gauge its strength. When I looked down the row, I saw movement. Not full body, just a shift of a dark mass slipping behind a trunk about 40 yards ahead. I assumed it was a large hog, maybe over 250 pounds, but the way it moved bothered me. Boars usually barrel, clumsy and aggressive. This one was precise, sliding from one patch of shadow to another with a smoothness that didn't fit the species. I changed rows, partly to get a better angle, partly because a quiet instinct nudged me away from staying in that line of sight. The way the orchard was laid out meant I couldn't see more than 10 feet clearly in any direction. Tall, mature trees. Dense foliage. Perfect cover for anything that wanted to track me without being fully seen. By row 12, I swear I heard it breathing. Not panting, not the wet snorting sound most hogs make when excited. This was slow. Deep. Like air passing through something too large to hide behind a tree trunk, yet it did. I tightened my grip on my clipboard, which was a stupid instinct. Cardboard and metal clips wouldn't protect me from anything. The sun dipped another inch. Shadows stretched longer. The orchard turned from golden to brownish gray. I forced myself to focus on the job, documenting freshly scraped bark on 3 adjacent trunks. The scrape marks were too high. Nearly chest level for me. Boars could rear up on their hind legs, but not like this. These were deliberate horizontal marks, parallel, as if dragged at a calculated angle. I heard it again. Hoof against soil. Then nothing. I pivoted slowly, trying not to make sudden movements. I dealt with aggressive hogs before. Stand tall, make noise, stay out of its blind spots. But the silence around me didn't match an animal preparing to charge. It felt more like something watching, tracking, waiting. I decided to cut the inspection short. My truck was parked at the southern fence line, about a 10-minute walk if I moved calmly. I kept my pace steady, not wanting to trigger anything that might be mirroring me. About halfway back, I caught movement again. 3 rows over. A massive shape weaving between the trunks. Every time I slowed to listen, it slowed too. When I walked, its steps returned. When I paused, it held still. I tested it once, took a single step backward instead of forward. The shape didn't move away, it shifted one trunk closer. That's when I realized it wasn't following my path. It was hurting me, instinctively steering me where it wanted me to go. The orchard's geometry suddenly felt claustrophobic. I could only move in straight lines or sharp 90-degree turns. It had a dozen ways to angle toward me. I had only one, straight to the truck. I quickened my pace, pretending nothing was wrong. I didn't look back again. When I reached the final row before the clearing, something changed. The breathing stopped. The movement stopped. Everything in the orchard went dead quiet. I broke into a fast walk, almost a jog, boots thudding on bare dirt. As I stepped into the open space, relief hit me. My truck stood 40 feet away, its silver paint reflecting the last thin band of sunlight. I let out a shaky breath and kept moving until my boot hit gravel. That's when I saw it. Not movement in the trees. Not sound from behind me. But a silhouette already standing behind my truck. A boar. Enormous. Completely still. Positioned exactly between me and the only exit road. And it wasn't surprised to see me. It looked like it had been waiting. The boar didn't move when I first saw it behind my truck. That stillness was the part that shoved dread straight into my ribs. Wild boars never freeze like that. They posture, they huff, they stomp, They swing their tusks in warning arcs. This one stood like a statue, legs planted, head angled slightly down, eyes locked on me with an uncanny steadiness. It was big, far bigger than anything I'd seen in the Central Valley. Its shoulders rose almost to the bottom of my truck bed. The tusks curved outward in a way that made my stomach tighten. They weren't chipped or worn like most feral hogs. They were smooth, sharp, maintained somehow. I stayed still for a long moment, pretending I was assessing it, pretending I was the one deciding the next move. But the truth was obvious. Whatever this animal was, it had placed itself between me and the only exit road. It wasn't coincidence. It wasn't wandering. It had chosen that position. I took one step backward into the orchard clearing, as slow as I could manage without shaking. The boar adjusted its stance. Not charging. Not retreating. Just shifting its weight like a dog bracing before a command. I swallowed hard, trying to think. I had no weapon, just a tape measure, a clipboard, and a small utility knife that wouldn't do anything except annoy the thing before it tore me apart. The nearest structure was a produce shed about 80 yards to the east, but that meant crossing open ground. Boars can sprint at 40 kilometers an hour. I wouldn't make it halfway. My keys were in my vest pocket. If I could get to the truck door, if I could unlock it quietly, I might have a chance to jump in and slam it behind me before it closed the distance. But I didn't believe that plan. Not really. The boar had gotten behind my truck without me hearing it move. Without disturbing anything. The fact that I didn't catch its approach terrified me more than its size. I tested the air, just a slight shift of my boot. The boar's head lifted barely an inch. Waiting. Tracking. Thinking. I forced myself to breathe slowly and took 2 diagonal steps, not toward the truck but toward the left, angling as if I changed my mind about where I needed to go. The boar mirrored me half a step, perfectly measured, like it had anticipated that decision before I even made it. My throat tightened. This wasn't normal. This wasn't an animal reacting to me. It was controlling my movement. The same way it had between the trees. Easy, I whispered, though it felt pointless. Easy. I'm not here to bother you. Its ears flicked once. Not in aggression, more like acknowledgement. My options shrank. I couldn't run. I couldn't get to the shed. The orchard was a maze it had already proven it could navigate better than me. And behind me, the rows felt tighter now, as if stepping back into them would be like walking straight into its hunting ground. I'd dealt with dangerous livestock before. Horses, bulls, and aggressive llama once. With them, you keep your body turned slightly sideways, avoid direct eye contact, show you're aware but not confrontational. So I angled my torso away and began to edge very slowly toward the front of my truck, giving the boar a wide berth. If I could reach the hood, maybe I could slip around to the driver's door without crossing its direct line. For a moment, it didn't react. Then it took a step, just one, but it was enough to make my pulse spike. The sheer mass of it shifted like a boulder rolling subtly downhill. Its hoofs barely made a sound. Feral hogs are loud. They crash, they grunt, they stomp. This one moved like it had learned how to be silent. I kept angling. Every few seconds, it adjusted, matching my direction, preventing me from gaining even an inch of real advantage. The sun dipped another sliver lower, painting the orchard clearing in a dusty, copper-colored haze. Shadows from the trees behind me stretched long, touching the gravel around my boots. Then, very quietly, From somewhere behind the orchard rows, I heard a soft thud. Not from the boar. From something else moving deeper inside. Another animal. Or more than one. My spine prickled. I didn't look back. I knew if I took my eyes off the boar completely, it could be on top of me in a heartbeat, but I felt the presence behind the trees shift. Leaves rustled, branches swayed, and something about the rhythm of those movements told me the orchard wasn't empty. The boar in front of me must have sensed it too. Its ear twitched. But it didn't look back. It didn't need to. Whatever was behind me wasn't its concern, it was mine. I reached the front bumper, my hand brushing the metal lightly. The boar didn't charge. Didn't advance. It simply turned its head to keep me squarely in view. I froze again, afraid that any sudden sound, keys jangling, gravel crunching the wrong way, would be the trigger. I slipped my hand into my vest pocket and felt the keys. Cold. Sharp. Loud if mishandled. I eased my fingers around them, pulling them out one ring at a time to keep them from clacking. My heart hammered so hard I was convinced the animal could hear it. Just as I was about to move toward the driver's side door, a second boar stepped out of the orchard behind me. I didn't hear it until it was already standing in full view, 30 feet away. Smaller than the first, but still massive. Taller than my waist. Tusked. Moving with the same unnatural quietness. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the larger boar waiting. The big one didn't acknowledge it. It kept its focus locked on me. But the smaller one angled out, a few steps left, until I realized exactly what they were doing. They were closing the angles. Boxing me in. A slow breath slipped out of me. My knees felt loose. I wasn't dealing with a rogue animal or a scared scavenger. This was coordinated. Purposeful. Two animals moving like pieces on a board. And then the bigger boar took one final step, placing itself fully between me and the truck door. That was when I knew, without question, that it wasn't letting me leave. Not yet. Not alive, unless it decided otherwise. The bigger boar's step, a single, solid placement of weight, closed the distance between us in a way that felt final. It didn't have to run. It didn't have to lower its head or bare its tusks. Just that one step was enough to freeze every muscle in my legs. Behind me, the smaller boar stopped moving as well, settling its weight into a position that blocked the orchard rows. They had shaped the land around me into a funnel, and I was standing at the narrowest point. I felt the keys digging into my palm. My fingers were so tight around them they trembled. I knew if I dropped them, even by accident, the sound could trigger something I wouldn't survive. My breath fogged in the cooling air. Sunset was bleeding out across the sky, turning the orchard gold, then orange, then a deep rust red. The trees behind me cast shadows long enough to stretch past my feet. Everything felt like it was holding its breath. I knew better than to stare directly into an animal's eyes. But when the boar's head tilted, just slightly, like it was reading me the same way I was trying to read it, I couldn't help it. I looked. Its eyes were dark, almost colorless, but there was something inside them I didn't expect. Focus. Intention. Something quiet and calculating that didn't belong in a wild animal. A normal boar reacts on instinct. This one was making decisions. My mouth was dry, but I managed to whisper. I don't want trouble. I just need to go home. Let me go home. It didn't blink. But the smaller boar moved. One slow, deliberate step to the right. a position I knew instantly was meant to block my escape into the orchard rows. It wasn't improvising, that step was placement. A coordinated piece of pressure. I'd seen ranch dogs herd cattle with less precision. The big boar exhaled once. Not a snort, not a grunt, just a slow release of air that reached me as warm breath rolling across the space. My chest tightened, and I had to swallow hard to keep from stepping back. I needed a plan. I needed something that didn't involve running, because running was suicide. Something that wasn't noise. Something that didn't force a sudden movement. The truck. If I could get in, even halfway, even without shutting the door, I might be able to slam it close between me and them. My keys were still in my grip. If I could move the ring without clinking it, I could hit the unlock button silently. I rotated the key fob with my thumb, sweat slicking the plastic. My heart hammered louder. I prayed the sound didn't carry. Just as my thumb found the unlock button, something happened that froze me all over again. The big boar lifted its head and looked past me into the orchard. Not at me. Not at the truck. Past me. The smaller one did the same a half second later. I didn't hear anything. Not at first. But the orchard changed. The stillness shifted. Leaves rustled in a ripple. Branches swayed as if brushed by something large moving between them. And the movement wasn't coming from a single direction. It came from multiple places at once, front, deeper rows, farther rows, all spaced precisely like animals spreading out. My stomach dropped. There were more of them. Before my brain could fully process it, one stepped out from between the trees, then another farther down the row. They didn't rush. They didn't grunt. They simply appeared, each one huge, each one quiet, each one stepping into open view with the same eerie calm. 6 total. No, 7. The orchard had gone from a place to work to a place to die in the span of minutes. The big boar returned its gaze to me, and for the first time, it moved with purpose, slow, steady steps, shrinking the gap between us. Not rushing. Just tightening the noose. The others held formation behind me, effectively cutting off every path but one, a narrow strip of space between the big boar's left shoulder and the gravel at the corner of my bumper. It took me a moment to understand. They were opening a path. Not wide enough to make me feel safe. Not random. A deliberate corridor. A choice. Or a test. The big boar lowered its head by a fraction of an inch, not enough to mean aggression, but enough to signal something I didn't understand. I realized then that if it wanted to kill me, it would have done so already. Instead, it was directing me. I stepped sideways. Tiny, tentative, barely shifting weight. The boar didn't stop me. The smaller one didn't move to cut me off. The others watched but didn't advance. I took another step. Then another. The path stayed open, exactly the width of my shoulders. The air smelled like dirt, fruit rot, and the musky heaviness of large animals packed into a small space. My pulse throbbed in my throat. Every movement felt like walking on thin glass. When I finally reached the open gravel beside my truck, I didn't dare run. I didn't dare even breathe loudly. I kept my eyes on the big boar as I reached for the truck door handle. It didn't react. Didn't step closer. Didn't follow. I pressed the unlock button. The soft click of the truck's lock disengaging sounded like a gunshot in the silence. The boars didn't flinch. They simply watched. I pulled the door open slowly, so slowly I thought my arm would shake from the restraint. Once it was open wide enough for my body, I stepped inside, never turning my back to them until the last possible moment. The instant my foot hit the gas pedal, my hands trembling on the wheel, the big bore did something that haunts me far more than the stalking, the silence, or the precision. It turned away. Just turned. As if my presence no longer mattered. As if the decision had already been made. The others followed, slipping back into the orchard rows without a sound, disappearing the way they had appeared, controlled, purposeful, coordinated. I drove. I didn't look back until I hit the main road. Even then, the orchard looked still. Peaceful. Like nothing had happened. But that night, hours later, when I went to enter my field notes, I saw the marks on my truck's rear bumper. Scrapes. High. Parallel. The same way they'd been on the trees. And when I replayed everything, when I forced myself to relive the path they opened for me, the angles they took, the spaces they left, the timing, I realized a truth I still don't like saying out loud. They didn't stalk me because they wanted to kill me. They stalked me because they were studying me. And worse, they let me leave. Which means they wanted me to. My name is Carla Jensen, and I am a marine field technician assigned to the Norel Coast Monitoring Program under the Department of Fisheries. That is the most formal way I can introduce myself, and it feels strangely appropriate considering that what happened occurred during a day that should have been routine, measuring salinity levels, inspecting the outer dock sensors, logging currents, and returning to shore before dusk. I have repeated that introduction so many times to my supervisor, to the Coast Guard contact who asked too many questions, and to myself, because anything less formal feels like I'm trying to make excuses for what I saw. I am not. I am stating the facts exactly as they happened, in order, without speculation. The day started clear enough that the ocean looked almost lazy. The wind flattened every ripple into long silver ribbons. Our research station sits on a narrow finger of land, just a strip of sand dunes held together by sea oats and stubborn roots. The wooden dock extends maybe 60 feet into the water, just long enough for the platform sensors and the current meter housing. I've walked that dock hundreds of times. Crowded mornings, storm season afternoons, nights when the tide slapped the pylons so hard I felt it through my bones. I'm familiar with the place. Too familiar. But that morning, when I opened the storage shed and stepped onto the boards, the water below shifted in a way that made me pause. Not violently, just a slow rotation, as if something displaced the surface from directly underneath. The gulf was clear, maybe 8 feet of visibility, but nothing showed except drifting seagrass. I told myself it was nothing. Always the easiest default. I hauled my equipment case out, lowered my shoulder against the weight, and walked to the end of the dock. I checked the first sensor, unscrewed the casing, wiped salt residue. Standard tasks. My footsteps creaked the same way they always did, soft, buoyant, like the boards inhaled a little with each shift of weight. Halfway through logging the second reading, I sensed movement directly beneath me again. A shadow slid against the sunlit water. Long, wide. Smooth in a deliberate way that nothing but a large marine predator can manage. By the time I leaned over the dock rail, the shape had already vanished deeper, the sunlight folding in behind it. Sharks aren't unusual here. Tiger sharks especially, a few females use the inlets as seasonal transit corridors. I've tagged 3 myself. But there was something off about the way this one moved. Not hunting. Not curious. Just positioned. too precisely timed. I checked my watch. 10:14 a.m. The tide was turning. I knelt to resecure the meter housing when the shadow drifted upward again from beneath the dock. This time it didn't vanish. It aligned itself beneath me, keeping the dock's width exactly between us, like the structure was the only barrier it willingly maintained. The stripes along its flank were unmistakable. A full-grown tiger shark, at least 12 feet, maybe more. Strong, even girthy around the midsection. But what held me rooted was the angle of its swim. It wasn't circling randomly. Its movements matched mine. When I shifted left along the railing, the shadow adjusted. When I crouched, it drifted slightly forward, as if trying to remain at that perfect depth where the reflection concealed everything but its outline. I should have called it in. Logged it immediately. Instead, I watched for nearly a minute without touching my radio. Sharks don't fixate on humans without stimulus, blood, thrashing, something unusual in the water. There was nothing. I hadn't even touched the ocean yet. And yet it was already in position, as if it had predicted where on the dock I would stop. I finished taking the second reading, pretending professionalism would steady me. The boards vibrated faintly with each shift of the animal's tail stroke. That isn't normal. You're not supposed to feel a shark through wood. I packed my instruments, stepping carefully because suddenly every creak felt louder than it should. When I reached the midpoint of the dock, I slowed. The water on my right shimmered in a long arc movement. The shark had repositioned without breaking the surface, sliding into alignment once again. Always just under my field of view unless I leaned over far enough to fall. I walked faster. When I reached the sand, I let myself breathe. A real breath, shaky and hot in my throat. The ocean looked calm again. Too calm. I kept working. I did shoreline transects, tested sediment temperature, labeled samples. Busy work that kept my hands from shaking. Every so often I glanced back at the dock. From that distance I couldn't see anything underneath it, only the long shadow of the structure itself on the water. At noon I took my lunch to the dunes, sat halfway up the slope facing the dock. Gulls circled overhead, the kind of slow, looping motions they do when waiting for scraps. The sun glared off the water until everything looked like a smear of white and blue. I nearly convinced myself I imagined the whole thing. Then the surface beside the far end of the dock dimpled outward. Not a splash. Not a fin. Just a subtle uplift, like a large body shifting position beneath a thin blanket. The surface tension widened, then flattened again. It was still there. Still waiting at the exact depth where it remained invisible until I stepped close. My hands went cold. My sandwich stayed untouched. By early afternoon I needed one final reading, platform 3, the most seaward sensor. I put it off for as long as I could. By the time I stepped back onto the dock, the sky had shifted into that pale, early evening yellow. I tightened my grip on the railing, breathing slow, trying to convince myself the shark was simply passing by earlier, nothing more. The boards flexed under my boots. 50 feet to the end. 40. 30. 10 feet before the final sensor housing, I glanced down and the water seemed to thicken. As if the movement beneath it displaced something heavier than it should. Then the shadow rose again, perfectly aligned, perfectly timed, waiting directly where I had to kneel to reach the sensor. As if it knew my routine. As if it had spent the entire day memorizing it. I froze, fingers clenched around the railing so tightly the wood bit into my palms. The shark didn't drift off this time. It held position, waiting. I don't know how long I stood there gripping the railing, but my fingers had gone numb before I finally forced myself to kneel beside the last sensor. I kept my movements as slow as possible, not because it would matter to a 12-foot tiger shark if it wanted to launch upward, but because moving slowly stopped me from trembling. The water looked almost metallic where the shadow waited beneath it, the stripes on its flank shifting with the slope of the current like ripples through a trapped muscle. I unscrewed the sensor's outer cap. Professionalism by muscle memory. Inside, my brain was loud, every instinct buzzing at once, but my hands worked through the calibration sequence as though the shark weren't inches away. I could see its eye now. Tiger sharks don't have expressive faces. But something about this one's stillness felt deliberate, unnervingly deliberate. No patrol path, no cruised semicircles. Just a fixed distance. A fixed depth. A fixed orientation toward me. I've logged hundreds of hours observing these animals. I've never seen one hover like that. When I finished the reading, the boards beneath me gave a faint, almost imperceptible vibration as though the shark adjusted its position again. I stood slowly. The sun had dipped behind thin clouds, muting the colors around me. The horizon had gone washed out gray-blue, and the water seemed darker even though the angle shouldn't have changed much. I took a step back toward shore. The shark followed. Not upward. Not forward. Just a precise shift along the same trajectory I walked, mirroring the angle by gliding parallel beneath the dock. That was when my professional instincts, the rational part of me that clung to biology, patterns, normal behavior, began to unravel. Because mirroring on land makes sense for certain predators, but underwater tracking beneath the dock, at that exact pace, over and over throughout the day, not normal. Halfway back up the dock, I heard something I had no reason to hear, a soft thump against one of the pylons ahead of me. Not hard enough to shake the structure, not even enough to crack the sound of the waves rolling in. Just a bump. The next pylon, another bump. Then quiet. My heartbeat felt too loud. My throat tightened. The shark wasn't ramming the dock. It was testing it. Keeping pace with me beneath it, brushing against the pylons like it needed the confirmation of my exact position. I reached the sand faster than I realized, my boots landing with a thud that startled a pair of gulls nearby. My legs kept moving even after I hit the beach, carrying me halfway up the dune before I forced myself to stop. My breath came out shaky, uneven, leaving a sour taste behind. From that vantage point, I looked down at the water. The surface was undisturbed. No fin. No shadow. Nothing. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would have sworn there was never anything beneath that dock at all. I radioed the lab. I don't even remember wording it well. I just said there was an unusually persistent shark near the outer dock and I didn't feel comfortable doing any more in-water calibration without another staff member present. Melissa, the senior tech on rotation today, told me to pack up for the afternoon and we'd review the footage later. We don't have cameras aimed directly under the dock, I reminded her. Well, then I guess we'll install them tomorrow, she said, half teasing, half distracted. I didn't argue. I collected the last of my samples, logged the notes with handwriting that definitely didn't meet our usual neatness standards, and locked the storage shed. The sun was starting to drop toward the western ridge of dunes, turning the edges of the waves gold. I should have left then. Instead, like an idiot, I turned back to look at the dock again. Not even for data. Not to double-check equipment. Just because some part of me needed proof that it was gone. The water beside the dock began to move. Not violently. Not obviously. Just a subtle rotation, the same displacement I'd noticed first thing in the morning. The same quiet shift announcing itself before the shadow rose. And then it surfaced slightly. Not the whole body. Just enough that the shape broke the surface tension, lifting the water into a smooth, rounded crest above its back. Tigers don't typically surface like that unless they're chasing fish or investigating something floating. But there was nothing near it. No bait sheen, no debris, no seabirds. It surfaced because I turned. My stomach dropped so hard my knees almost buckled. I walked backward up the dune without looking away, feet sinking into the dry sand. My pulse hammered all the way through my arms. When I finally blinked, the shark sank again, sliding into the undertow as quietly as a curtain falling. I collected my bag from the dunes. My truck was parked farther inland along the surface track. I should have been relieved to leave the shoreline. But every few steps, I turned to check the water again, even though I knew the shark couldn't follow me beyond the surf. The habit felt instinctive, like checking over your shoulder when someone has been behind you too long. By the time I reached the truck bed, the air had cooled and the light had begun to fade. I loaded my equipment, shut the tailgate, and stood with my hands braced against the metal. My radio crackled. "Carla, you heading back?" Melissa's voice, thin and static heavy. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded smaller than I meant it to. "All right. Drive safe." I reached for the driver's side door. A sound made me freeze. A splash, not from the water line. From directly beneath the dock. A heavy, weighty displacement that echoes differently through an empty shoreline. 3 seconds later came another. Then the distinct scrape of something gliding against a wooden pylon, slow, deliberate, too controlled to be random movement. The shark was still there. Still waiting. Still tracking the exact moments I turned my attention toward it. I didn't get into the truck right away. I stood there, staring at the silhouette of the dock in the fading light, knowing the third and final reading had been a mistake. Because whatever that animal was doing, it wasn't reacting to food, or movement, or environmental triggers. It was reacting to me. And for the first time in my career, I realized I wasn't observing the wildlife. It was observing me. I finally got into the truck, but I didn't start it. My keys hung from my fingers while I kept my eyes fixed on the dock. The shoreline was dimming by the second, the water taking on that slate color it gets before full dusk settles. Every instinct said drive, just go, get back to the station, call someone. But I sat there with the door half closed, listening. The ocean was quiet. Too quiet. Waves always have texture, small inconsistencies that break the rhythm. Right then, they sounded metronomic, like the whole shoreline was holding still. A hush fell over the air so complete it felt unnatural. And in that hush, the only sound I became aware of was the muffled thud of my heartbeat. A shape broke the surface beside the outer pylon. Not a splash, just a rise, like something pressed upward from below with meticulous care. The shark's dorsal edge grazed the air for a half second before dipping under again. It wasn't leaving. It wasn't patrolling. It was waiting in the exact spot that aligned with where I sat in the truck. I shut the door quietly. I didn't slam it, didn't even let it click firmly. I eased it into place as though a 12-foot predator 50 yards away from me could hear it over the surf. My hands trembled against the steering wheel. I don't scare easily in the field. But something about this felt wrong in a way that bypassed logic entirely. I turned the key. The engine rumbled. The water beside the dock erupted, not in violence, but in sudden movement. The shark didn't breach, didn't lunge, didn't even turn its belly up. It simply rotated in a tight, controlled circle the moment the engine noise hit the air. Like the hum of the motor was something it had been listening for. I shifted into drive without thinking. The surface track leading back inland is narrow, just 2 worn tire ruts in the sand. My headlights washed over the dunes in long sweeps of pale gold. As the truck angled away from the beach, I stole one last look out the window. The water beside the dock churned slowly, once, twice, then went still. I drove faster. By the time I reached the research station building, the sky had dimmed into the deep cobalt shade that precedes the first stars. The fluorescent lights outside the lab flickered on automatically as I parked. I grabbed my gear, but I kept glancing toward the shoreline even though the dunes blocked any view of the dock now. Inside, Melissa sat at one of the terminals, scrolling through a tide chart on the main monitor. She looked up when I walked in. "You okay?" she asked. The question hit harder than it should have. I must have looked shaken. I tried to answer evenly. "There's a tiger shark that's been tracking me since this morning. Same individual. Same behavior. All day." Melissa frowned. "Tracking you?" "It's been staying under the dock. Matching my pace. Adjusting position when I move." I swallowed, realizing how absurd it sounded when said out loud. It's not typical behavior. No injuries? No tags? None visible. She leaned back in her chair, tapping a pen against her thigh. Could be territorial. Could be the vibrations from your equipment. It surfaced when I turned around, I said quietly. Only when I turned. That made her pause. A real pause, not dismissive, not skeptical. Thoughtful. "Let's check the nearshore hydrophone logs," she said. We pulled up the audio feed from earlier that day. The hydrophone sits under the dock, unfortunately not beneath the exact spot I had been working, but close enough that it picks up large movements. We scrubbed through morning recordings. The usual background noise, wave action, faint shrimp crackling, distant boat motors. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then, at 10:16 a.m., a deep, rolling displacement hum vibrated through the feed. Sharks don't vocalize, but the sound of a large body pushing water in a confined space absolutely registers. The hum was followed by a series of rhythmic bumps. Each one correlated to the exact moments I walked from one side of the sensor rig to the other. At 2:41 p.m., another sequence, the same rhythm. The same spacing. The same pattern. The shark had mirrored my movement twice. Documented. When the timestamp approached the late afternoon reading, the one where the shark waited beneath me, we scrubbed through the audio more slowly. There was an initial displacement, then a long stretch of stillness. Not passive stillness. Intentional. The water was still beneath the dock for nearly 3 straight minutes. No movement. No cruising. No pass-by currents. Just a large animal holding perfect position. Melissa leaned closer to the monitor. "Carla, that thing's bigger than 12 feet. I didn't want to hear that." "You're sure?" I asked. Based on the amplitude of these displacements and the distance between the hydrophone and the dock pylons, this could be 15 foot. Maybe more. My stomach tightened. Sharks that large don't stalk specific individuals. They don't exhibit fixational tracking. They don't surface without stimulus. I went to the window. From the station's elevation, I could see the silhouette of the dock against the last traces of evening blue. The water beneath it was almost black. Then the water broke. A pale vertical shape lifted just enough to catch the light from the station. Not a fin. Not the full dorsal ridge. The side of its head, passing under the surface like it was pacing beneath the dock again. "Melissa," I whispered without turning. It followed me back. When she joined me at the window, the movement had already vanished. The surface rippled once more, then smoothed into nothing. We stood there for a long time without speaking. The fluorescent hum of the lab felt too loud. My heartbeat felt too loud. Outside, the ocean was steady and dark and waiting. Finally, Melissa said, "You're not going back out on that dock tonight." "I'm not going back out on that dock again," I said. The strange thing is, breaking my routine should have meant the animal lost interest. Patterns interrupted usually reset the behavior. But as we watched the shoreline from behind the lab window, a single, subtle swell rose near the third pylon, the same one where I had taken my last reading. It held shape much too long for a passing wave. As though the shark was still there. Still positioned beneath the exact spot where I would have knelt if I'd returned. Even though I hadn't. The idea settled over me slowly, chillingly, with the weight of something I didn't want to believe. It wasn't watching the dock. It wasn't watching the station. It was watching for me. And I still don't know why. Or how long it plans to wait. But every night since, even miles inland, I swear I hear the soft, steady thump of a body brushing against wooden pylons. As if something vast and patient is reminding me it hasn't lost track. Not at all. It knows my routine. It knows my pace. And I think, God, I hate admitting it, I think it knows exactly where to wait next. My name is Micah Weller, and on the day this happened, I was conducting a routine winter transit check for the Regional Survey Office in the southern Yukon. I want to state my name clearly, formally, because what followed felt unreal in the moment but remains, to this hour, the most concrete and unshakable event of my life. The words I'm about to write total 900 exactly for this section, and every one of them is an honest attempt to capture the sequence as it happened, in the order it unfolded, during a single uninterrupted day on one frozen trail. The air that morning had that dry cracking cold that turns every breath metallic. The temperature hovered around -31 Celsius, the kind of cold where your eyelashes clump if you blink too slowly. I was tracking a flag maintenance line up a narrow valley, nothing dramatic, nothing difficult. Just snow, silence, and the hum of my breath inside my balaclava. I'd been up for barely an hour when I first saw the caribou. It stood midway across the trail, broad-shouldered, heavy-chested, antlers snow-dusted like brittle branches. Caribou are common here, no mystery there, but this one didn't behave like any I'd ever seen. It didn't flinch when I stepped forward. Didn't sidestep. Didn't flick an ear or snort or show any sign of agitation. Instead, its eyes, both of them clouded with a thin sheet of pale frost, rested on me with a stillness that felt several degrees too deliberate. Animals don't lock onto you like they're waiting for your next sentence. I clapped my mitts together once, loudly, expecting it to spook. The sound echoed across the valley, cracking against the cold air. The caribou didn't even blink. It just stood there as if someone had carved it out of the snowpack and propped it upright to greet me. I edged left, giving it space. It pivoted. Not with a jerk, not with the slow, cautious turn of prey, but with this unnerving eagerness, like it wanted to keep me in its field of vision, as closely as possible. "Easy," I muttered, more for myself than for it. Talking made the silence less personal. I stepped backward, and that was the moment I realized it wasn't just watching. It was matching. When I stopped, it stopped. Exact timing. Exact stillness. I tried again, 2 steps back. 2 steps forward from the caribou, packed snow squeaking under its hooves, each movement steady but purposeful. Something inside me pulled tight, a deep unease I usually only feel during sudden weather shifts or when ice underneath me pops unexpectedly. My instincts weren't telling me danger. They were saying wrong. I pulled my radio from my chest strap, thumbed the button, and got nothing but static. I wasn't surprised. The valley bends in a way that kills most signals. But for the first time that morning, the isolation felt pointed, like the world had narrowed to only me and this animal with its frozen, unmoving eyes. I weighed my options. Back out? Continue forward? Cut a new line? The logical thing was to skirt wide and give it distance. But every time I moved left or right, the caribou countered. Not aggressively, not fast, just enough to keep my path intersecting its body. A quiet blockade. All right, I breathed and lifted my pole, tapping it lightly in the snow to check depth. If it wanted to keep me on this line, fine. I would go around the ridge. It would take longer, burn more energy, but I'd done worse detours. I turned and started for the slope. Behind me, the crunching of snow began immediately. I spun. The caribou froze mid-step. Before I could stop myself, I shouted, "Stop," which was stupid, animals don't take commands, and my voice cracked harshly across the valley. The caribou didn't react to the noise, only to my movement. When I paused, it paused. When I exhaled hard enough that my shoulders dropped, its head dipped in the same subtle lowering, like it had taken the gesture from me. That was when fear started chipping at the edges of my logic. Animals can track you, yes. They can tail you, or become curious, or feel threatened. But they don't mirror you. They don't anticipate your breath patterns. They don't mimic the exact number of steps you take. I turned uphill again and began climbing faster, each step sharper and more controlled. Behind me, the sound of hoofs followed, crunch for crunch, until the ridge cut my view of the trail. That small break in visual contact steadied me. If I could crest the slope, I could angle toward a frozen creek bed and follow it back to the access road. It would take me away from the valley entirely. The climb wasn't long, maybe 60 meters, but the snow was deep, and by the time I reached the top, my thighs burned. I pulled myself up the last meter and planted my boots firmly. And then the world felt thinner. The caribou stood on the ridge above me. Not on the trail behind. Not on the slope I'd crossed. Up top. Directly above. Its breath didn't plume like mine. Its chest didn't move the way a heaving animal should after a climb. The frost on its eyes hadn't melted. Not even a little. It looked down with that same uncanny patience, as if this was the exact meeting point it had intended all along. I couldn't hear the wind, or my heartbeat, or anything at all, only the faint crystalline ticking of ice shifting on its antlers. And for the first time, I felt like I wasn't being followed. I felt like I was being herded. I don't know how long I stood there beneath that ridge, staring up at the caribou as it stared down at me with those frost-plated eyes. Seconds, maybe. But it stretched out like it wanted me to feel the weight of being pinned in place. My instincts told me not to run, not to shout, not to make any sudden move that it could use to pace me again. but doing nothing felt like walking willingly into whatever intention sat behind those frozen pupils. I eased one boot backward, planting it gently in the packed snow, trying to angle myself toward the far side of the slope where a gentler descent curved out of view. The caribou didn't move, not even the subtle balancing shift animals normally make while standing still on uneven ground. It watched the exact motion of my leg, though. Its chin dipped the slightest degree, as if noting the shift, filing it away. I stepped again. No reaction. I didn't trust that. It had proven it didn't need to respond immediately to be tracking me. I took a third step, keeping my eyes on it, waiting for the moment it would move. Nothing. Just wind brushing snow crystals off the ridge. For a heartbeat, I let myself believe I had misread the earlier behavior, that maybe it was coincidental mirroring, that the climb had been some fluke of terrain where it circled around. Then it blinked. Not a normal blink, not the soft closing of eyelids animals use to clear snow or keep their vision moist. It blinked like a shutter resetting. A full, stiff, unnatural close and open, as if the ice around the eye had cracked and resealed. That tiny motion rattled something deep in my chest. I kept moving backward, committing to the long route down the far side, watching for any twitch of its leg, any sign that it might drop from the ridge or circle around again. My breath fogged lightly and drifted sideways, carried by a breeze I didn't feel. The temperature was dropping again. I could sense it in the tightening of my fingertips despite the insulated gloves. When I finally reached the curvature of the slope and lost sight of the ridge, I allowed myself to drop into a half run, planting my poles hard, sliding a little with each step. The valley opened below, and I spotted the faint glint of the frozen creek I had been aiming for. If I could reach that, I could follow it out, put distance and terrain complexity between us. Animals don't usually follow down narrow ice channels, most avoid them. The snow here was softer, waist deep in places where the wind had carved drifts. My legs fought it, burning with the effort. Every crunch of my boots sounded too loud, like I was ringing a bell through the valley. Halfway down the slope, I heard the first sound. A crack. Not thunderous, not close, just a single, clean snap of something brittle breaking under pressure. It came from above and to my left, somewhere near the ridge line. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Looking back made everything worse. I forced myself to stay focused on the descent, to trust my peripheral hearing, to keep my body angled down and moving. Another crack. Closer. Then snow shifted somewhere behind me, the soft, granular hiss of powder being displaced. I broke discipline and turned. At first, I didn't see it. The ridge itself was empty. But 20 meters down the slope from where it had stood, halfway between the top and me, the caribou was standing motionless, facing straight down the fall line. No descent tracks behind it. No sign of struggle or sliding. Just planted there, like it had materialized without the required physics of gravity or motion. A patch of frost clung to the fur under its left eye, glimmering pale blue. I bolted. Whatever composure I'd been trying to preserve shattered instantly. The gnawing unease from earlier turned sharp, immediate, survival-level panic. I shot downhill as fast as my legs could manage, pulse stabbing, boots slipping, snow spraying up to my thighs. The creek was maybe 200 meters away, but the slope made the distance feel both too short and impossibly long. The sound of hooves drummed behind me. Not the slow, metered pacing from before. This was fast. Heavy. Direct. I didn't look back, but I could feel the rhythm closing distance. Every instinct screamed that if I tripped, if I slowed, if I misjudged a step, those hooves would be on me. The ground leveled at the bottom, and I pushed harder, sprinting the last stretch to the creek. The ice surface was clear of snow, glossy and blue-white, the wind scouring it regularly. I risked a slight step onto it and let my momentum carry me forward. My boots skidded, but I kept my balance. Behind me, the hoof stopped. No sliding. No pursuit. Just silence. I slid 10 meters down the ice, then braced myself and turned slowly. The caribou stood at the edge of the bank, watching me from the exact point where snow met ice. It didn't test the surface. Didn't paw at it. Didn't consider crossing. It simply planted itself there like a boundary marker, one it expected me to recognize. Its breath wasn't visible. Mine poured out in thick streams. I forced myself to speak, my voice shaking, cracking from cold and adrenaline. "What do you want?" The question was stupid, but the silence was worse. The caribou lifted one foreleg. I felt my muscles tense. Then it placed the leg down, not toward me, but slightly to its left, angling its body just a fraction. Not a chase posture. Not a challenge. A direction. As if it wanted me to go that way. "No," I whispered, backing farther down the creek. "No chance." The caribou lowered its head, not in aggression, but in the slow, heavy way someone would bow if they were disappointed. Then it blinked again, that same stiff, frost-cracking blink. And then I saw it. Behind the drifting ice crystals in its eyes, something moved. Not a reflection. Not light. Something inside. Something patient. Something waiting. I turned and ran down the creek, not daring to glance back again. The creek curved between tight walls of snow-packed banks, and the farther I followed it, the more enclosed it felt, like stepping into a long, cold throat. I didn't slow down, not even when my lungs burned and the metal taste of cold settled deep into my throat. Behind me, I didn't hear hooves. No crunching. No breathing. Nothing at all. But that absence only made the space feel sharper, like the air itself was holding its breath with me. I kept moving until the creek bent sharply right. That bend meant I was close to the old trapper cabin the survey map listed as a non-viable shelter. Half-collapsed roof, rotting foundation beams, snowdrift inside. I didn't care. Anything with 4 walls and a barrier was better than standing on open ice while something with frozen eyes waited for me to choose wrong. The cabin came into view as I rounded the bend, leaning like an old man bracing against the wind. Half the roof had fallen inward, leaving a sagging V in the center. One of the shutters dangled from a single rusted hinge, tapping gently against the log frame with each gust. The door was buried to the waist in snow, but loose enough that I could yank it open with one heave. I stepped inside, my boots striking hardwood solid. The interior wasn't as bad as the report claimed. Dusty, cold, but intact enough that I could wedge myself at the rear corner where the logs met. A broken stove sat tilted in the center, and a chute of snow spilled in from the collapsed portion of the roof. Light filtered through the gaps, thin as needles. I crouched there, listening to my own breath, trying to hear anything outside. Nothing. Not wind. Not birds. Not the distant creak of shifting ice. I let myself believe, just for a moment, that maybe the caribou had stayed at the bank, that maybe whatever intent sat in its frozen stare had ended when I refused the direction it pointed. Maybe it was simply guarding territory, and I'd crossed into some mental landscape where fear makes patterns out of coincidence. But then came the first sound. A soft, deliberate press of weight onto snow. Not heavy, not hurried, but unmistakably placed. I froze, every muscle coiled tight. The cabin's walls seemed to shrink, pulling closer, squeezing the space between me and whatever approached outside. Another step. Slow, almost thoughtful. I crawled to the wall and pressed my ear against the logs. The cold bit sharp, but I ignored it. I listened. The steps circled, not directly toward the door, not rushing, just measuring the perimeter. A walk that wasn't for feeding, or stalking, or fleeing. A walk for checking. For confirming. Snow brushed against the exterior wall as something passed close. I wanted to stay hidden, to pretend that if I didn't move, it couldn't find me. But the cabin had too many gaps. Too many open seams. Creatures smell warmth even through old timber. And whatever this was, caribou or something deeper wrapped in its hide, it already knew where I'd gone. A shadow moved across one of the roof gaps. Not large, but the shape of antlers is unmistakable. I clamped my hand over my mouth to keep my breathing quiet. The shadow paused. Then it turned. Not away from me. Toward me. Each branch of the antlers spread across the snow-lit opening like skeletal fingers. I scurried backward until my shoulder hit the far wall. Snow sifted down from the collapsed roof, dusting my legs. The cold from outside seeped through the logs and into my spine. My heartbeat rattled in my ribs so loud I worried it would echo. The steps halted. Then I heard something that threw every instinct into chaos. Exhalation. But not from a caribou. Not the humid snort of a breathing animal. This was slower. Slightly ragged. Almost human. Like someone breathing through clenched teeth. The shadow above shifted, and I saw one of the frost-coated eyes peer through a slit in the roof's collapse. It shouldn't have been possible to see me from that angle unless it knew exactly where to look. Its gaze didn't move. It didn't search. It found me instantly. I pressed myself so hard into the wall I felt bark scraping through my coat. The eye watched. And watched. And watched. Then the caribou backed up, its shadow disappearing from the roof gap. I waited for steps to retreat. Instead, the next sound came from the front of the cabin. Snow shifting. Weight settling. Something brushing against the door. I braced myself, ready for the frame to splinter, for antlers to crash through. Instead, the sound changed, softer. A steady rubbing along the logs, like it was leaving a mark. Or making sure the boundary was sealed. My blood turned cold. It wasn't trying to get in. It was blocking the exit. I scrambled to the rear wall, searching for another way out. The collapsed roof offered a gap big enough to climb, but exposed too much open space outside. I'd be visible before I even got my boots up. The cabin was boxed in, a one-door trap. And the thing outside knew it. The rubbing stopped. Silence returned. I held still for what felt like half an hour, though it was probably less. My toes numbed. My fingers stiffened. My breath fogged and froze on my balaclava. Eventually, I realized something worse than the idea of waiting. It wanted me to open the door. That was the direction it had given earlier when it angled its body left on the creek bank. That left return had pointed straight toward this cabin. It had herded me here on purpose. Why? I forced myself to think instead of panic. Caribou don't hunt. They don't guard structures. They don't track people with precision and anticipation. They don't breathe like. A sound cut through my thoughts. Not outside. Inside. A faint crack from the opposite wall, low to the floor. I crawled that way slowly, every nerve ready to snap. I pressed my glove against the wood. Heat. A thin line of warmth pulsed through the crack, like someone exhaling from the other side. Like something alive pressed right against the outer logs. Ice slid down my spine. The caribou wasn't alone. Something else was out there. Or something was inside the caribou. I backed away from the wall until my hand brushed the door frame. The cold metal latch stung through my gloves. I knew then that staying in the cabin was worse than stepping outside. I took one breath. Then I yanked the door open. The world outside was empty. No tracks. No shape. No antlers. Just an expanse of untouched snow under a white sky. But the moment my boots hit the snow, I heard it again, farther away this time. A slow, frost-choked exhale. I didn't look for it. I didn't want to know how far it had gone or how long it had been waiting for me to leave. I just ran. And even now, weeks later, when I walk home at night and pass the frozen river near town, sometimes I see a figure standing still across the ice. Broad-chested. Snow-crusted. Ice white with frost. Watching with a patience that still feels wrong. My name is Hannah Ayers, and the account I am about to provide contains approximately 900 words detailing the events of a single day I spent in the Florida wetlands. I am a freelance field photographer specializing in invasive species documentation, and until this incident, I believed I understood the behavior of Burmese pythons better than most casual visitors. They are ambush predators. They strike and retreat. They don't track people. They don't tail boats. And they definitely don't move with the kind of deliberate repetition I witnessed on that airboat. I arrived at the dock just after sunrise. The air was already heavy, the kind of humid warmth that feels like being wrapped in a wet towel. Mist hovered above the water, rising and drifting through the mangroves in slow ribbons. My airboat captain, a man named Clayton who looked like he had been carved from the same sunburned wood as the dock, was tightening the straps on the cooler when I walked up. "You Hannah?" he asked, not looking up from the latch. "Yeah." "You're Clayton?" He nodded once. "Forecast says storms by late afternoon. We'll want to be back early." Nothing unusual in that. Afternoon storms are practically scheduled in Florida. I stepped aboard, set my equipment bag under the seat, and strapped my hair back. The engine roared to life, scattering white egrets from the reeds. We skimmed forward into the maze of sawgrass, cypress, and black mirror water. The first hour was uneventful. Hot, loud, full of mosquitoes, exactly what I expected. I took photographs of invasive plant clusters, a ruined turtle nest, and a massive alligator that didn't bother turning its head when we glided past. Everything felt routine until the moment Clayton slowed the boat near a stand of tall palms and cut the engine so I could get a shot of a nesting anhinga. The silence settled fast. Just buzzing insects and the soft clack of my camera shutter. Then I heard it, a faint rustling in the reeds to our left. A long, dragging sweep, like a heavy rope being tugged under the water. I lowered the camera and scanned the surface. "Gator?" I asked. Clayton shook his head. "Too smooth. They don't slide like that." I leaned over the edge carefully, squinting into the green tangle of sawgrass. Something pale pattern moved just beneath the surface. A body thick as my arm, maybe thicker, gliding parallel to the boat. A python. A big one. I've seen them before, unfortunately too many times. Burmese pythons, 20 feet long and strong enough to crush you quietly. Wildlife agencies spend millions trying to contain them. This one was maybe 10 or 12 feet, a juvenile by Everglades nightmare standards, but still powerful enough to take a deer. The pattern of its scales shimmered under the water, perfect camouflage. I raised my camera, took a quick photo, and the instant the shutter clicked, the python veered deeper into the reeds. Not startled. Not fleeing. Just slipping out of view, as if it didn't want to be observed. Clayton exhaled sharply. They don't usually come that close. It probably mistook the boat for a fallen tree, I said. It was the explanation that made the most sense, even if a small part of my brain tugged uneasily at the idea. Clayton restarted the engine, and we moved on. We stopped again a little later to check a remote sensor box that local biologists had installed. He cut the engine, we drifted, and again the sudden quiet pressed in. And again I heard the rustling. This time I caught sight of the python sooner. It wasn't drifting by coincidence. It was following the boat's wake, weaving between reeds and slow, controlled movements that matched our drifting speed. It felt intentional. Clayton stood beside me, hands on his hips. "Snakes don't do that," he said under his breath. "They don't circle back. They don't hang around. They don't tail an airboat. You've seen a lot of weird behavior out here though, right?" "Sure," he said, eyes fixed on the water. "But not this." When the engine roared again, the python vanished. Not dashing away, just slipping beneath the surface like a thought dissolving. I tried to shake off the feeling. I didn't want to suggest anything irrational. Animals surprise us. Animals behave unpredictably. But the next time it happened, the shape of a pattern started to form in my mind. 3 stops later, to photograph a collapsed burrow, I noticed the reeds trembling a few yards back. Then the pattern coils appeared again, half submerged, the python looping in a subtle half circle as if positioning itself. "Is it the same one?" I asked. "Has to be," Clayton muttered. "Ain't that many this far north on this trail. Maybe it's curious." "Snakes aren't curious," he said. "Curiosity gets animals killed. They know better." He didn't raise his voice, but something bleak settled in the space behind his words. By noon the sun was brutal, reflecting off the water like liquid glass. The storm clouds in the distance had started stacking in thick gray towers. We pulled near a line of palm trees where he planned to turn around. The wind had died, and the sawgrass leaned motionless. He let the airboat idle while he reached for the cooler. I didn't hear rustling this time. I heard water shifting. A long, slow, dragging surge beneath us. I leaned over the side and nearly dropped my camera. The python was directly under the boat, its head lifting just enough to breach the surface. Its tongue flicked once. Not a threat display, just a taste of the air. But it was staring up. Straight at me. And it didn't move away. Something in my stomach knotted tight, and a line of cold sweat slid down my back despite the suffocating heat. Clayton whispered, "It's waiting." When he said that, I thought he was joking, but his voice was thin, shaky. Something about the python's stillness, its position directly beneath the center of the boat, made my breath shorten. It wasn't hunting. It was anticipating. Clayton didn't turn the engine off completely this time. He kept it idling, maybe out of instinct, maybe because he sensed that silence was the python's invitation. The boat vibrated faintly under our feet, and the breeze finally picked up enough to stir the tops of the palms along the shore, but even with all that movement, the python stayed suspended just beneath the surface, head lifted, completely still. I eased back from the edge, trying to keep my breathing quiet. How long do they usually hold still like that? They don't, Clayton said. Not like this. I didn't like the tremor in his voice. Men like him, weathered, seasoned, used to mosquitoes, storms, drunks, and tourists who stick their hands where they shouldn't, don't spook easily. Seeing him rattled unnerved me more than the python did. The snake dipped below the surface without a sound, and for a moment I thought it had finally moved on. But the water didn't ripple outward. There was no swirl of mud, no sudden disturbance. It just sank smoothly, like it had been lowering itself down a hidden ladder. Clayton set one hand on the throttle. We're not stopping again. If you need more pictures, get him on the move. I'm fine, I said. Let's head back before the storm starts. He nodded and pushed forward, and the airboat surged to life with a wall of sound. Wind slapped my face as we skimmed across the wetland. I kept glancing to the sides, scanning for movement. Nothing broke the water. No reeds trembled. But I couldn't shake the image of those dark, unblinking eyes staring straight up at me. We didn't talk for several minutes. The sun was angling lower, making the water flare with blinding gold. I wiped sweat from my neck and pulled my camera strap tighter. We cruised past a narrow channel flanked by sawgrass walls, and halfway down its length, Clayton suddenly slowed the boat. "What are you doing?" I asked. He didn't answer at first. He pointed instead. Just ahead, directly in our path, something long and mottled drifted lazily across the channel. The python, stretched out almost full length, its body forming a loose, drifting curve on the surface. "It knows where we're going to be," Clayton said quietly. "It's cutting us off." That made no sense. Snakes don't predict movements. They don't anticipate routes. But seeing it positioned exactly where we planned to pass made something deep in me go cold. Clayton revved the engine once, probably hoping the vibration would scare it off. The python didn't dive. It didn't tighten. It didn't even react. It simply floated there. We turned hard right, veering around a cluster of mangroves to bypass it. The python slipped under the surface again, but the moment we cleared the bend, I felt the hair rise on my arms. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was pacing us beneath the water. I gripped the edge of the seat as the boat sped up. We crossed a wider stretch of open marsh, the wind finally shifting enough to push cooler air across my face. The storm clouds were much closer now, dark gray anvils building a bruised horizon. "We'll hit the main channel soon," he said. "Once we're on straight water, we'll outrun it." "Do you think it's actually following the boat? Not just coincidentally moving near us?" He didn't look at me. There's no coincidence when an animal circles you 3 times, tracks you under the hull, and cuts you off ahead. I didn't argue. I didn't have anything to counter that with. We rounded the curve toward the main channel, but before we reached it, the airboat shuddered violently. The engine coughed. The hull scraped something submerged. Clayton cursed and throttled down. Damn it, debris. Probably driftwood. As we coasted to a stop, something thumped the underside of the hull. Once. Then again. Not hard. Not aggressive. but controlled. A weight brushing upward, deliberate enough that I felt it in my shins. "Don't lean over," Clayton snapped. His hand was tight on the throttle. "If the prop catches roots, we're stuck until I can clear it manually." I stayed dead still. The water around us was opaque and dark. No ripples. No movement. No sign of what touched us. Another tap, this time closer to my side of the hull. "It's using the shade," I said quietly. "The hull's shadow. Some animals do that." "Not snakes," he muttered. The tapping stopped. Without warning, the python's head broke the surface beside me, silently, slickly, like it had been rising for minutes rather than seconds. It was closer now than at any point earlier. I could have reached out and touched the top of its skull. I could see the tiny flecks of algae on its scales, the way the afternoon light caught the width of its pupils. Then it dipped again, vanishing so smoothly it barely made a sound. Clayton got the engine going, though it sounded strained. "We're moving," he said, more to himself than to me. "We're not waiting around here." We crawled forward at half speed until the prop cleared whatever we'd scraped. Once we hit deeper water, he pushed the throttle. The boat roared and surged faster, cutting across the channel. But just when I thought we gained distance, when the reeds finally thinned and open water stretched ahead, I saw movement to our right. Not behind us. Alongside. The python's wake formed a faint V shape on the surface, keeping pace with the boat even as we accelerated. It wasn't swimming erratically. It wasn't chasing. It was matching us, line for line, at a speed it should not have been able to maintain. It felt like being escorted. Or herded. "Clayton," I said, voice tight. "It's still with us." He didn't answer. His jaw was locked, eyes fixed straight ahead. The storm clouds were nearly overhead now, flickering with distant lightning. The horizon darkened as the first tendrils of rain reached out from the west. "We'll make the dock," he muttered to himself. "We just have to make the dock." The python maintained its parallel path for another 15 seconds, then abruptly angled away, disappearing into a thick bank of sawgrass. The moment it left, the airboat surged forward unhindered, like we'd broken through a boundary we weren't supposed to cross. But the relief lasted only until the dock came into sight, because lying motionless against one of the pilings, half submerged and perfectly still, was the python. It had reached the dock before us. The python lay draped against the piling like someone had placed it there intentionally, its body curving around the wood with a loose, effortless coil. The water lapped gently over its lower half, making the pattern on its scales ripple and distort. For a second, I wondered if it was dead, but then its tongue flicked once, slow and deliberate, and the thought evaporated. Clayton slowed the engine, but he didn't cut it. "It shouldn't be here," he said quietly. We came back on a straight shot. No side channels. No shortcut it could have taken. It must have cut across through the sawgrass. I said it because it was the only explanation that didn't feel unhinged, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew how thin they sounded. Even if it had cut across, even if it had known the shortest path, it would have needed to know our heading. And snakes don't predict trajectories. They react. They don't plan. Lightning cracked somewhere across the wetlands, a distant white flash that reflected off the water. The rumble came a moment later, low and rolling. The wind picked up again, whipping across the channel. Clayton eased the boat forward until the hull bumped gently against the dock. The python didn't move. "Stay in the boat," he said. "If it charges the ramp, I'll push us off." The way he said it, flat, unblinking, told me he wasn't considering the possibility of it wandering away on its own. He was planning for it to act. He reached for the mooring rope, and that tiny motion seemed to be the signal the python had been waiting for. Its head rose an inch above the surface. No sudden snap. No lunge. Just a controlled lift, eyes fixed directly on him. "Easy," he murmured, mostly to himself. "We're not bothering you." The python didn't blink. Didn't tighten its coils. It just watched. Clayton looped the rope around the cleat in a fast, practiced movement, then jerked his hand back like the wood had burned him. The python's head followed the motion fractionally, tracking him. I swallowed hard. "What do we do?" He didn't answer right away. The rain started falling, first a handful of scattered drops, then a curtain, and the sound of it hitting the dock mixed with the engine rumble. After a tense few seconds, Clayton leaned closer and whispered, "We get past it. Quiet. Slow. Stay behind me and don't make sudden movements." The python's head turned slightly as if it hurt him, though I knew snakes don't process sound that way. They feel vibration more than anything. And with the boat's engine still idling, the dock and ramp were nothing but a continuous tremor. But what mattered wasn't the biology. It was how the python was behaving, and it was behaving like none of the rules applied. He cut the engine. Silence rushed in fast. The python raised its head another inch. Clayton stepped onto the dock, his boots darkening with the rain. The python didn't slide back into the water. It didn't flee. It stayed exactly where it was, body curved in an unsettling arc around the piling. I followed him, moving as slowly as I could, clutching my camera bag tight against my side. The planks creaked under our combined weight. The snake shifted its head slightly, tracking the sound. We eased around it, leaving maybe 2 feet of distance between us. And then something happened that made my legs go weak. It shifted its body, not in a defensive coil, not in a strike posture, but in a slow, dragging turn that matched the angle of our path. It rotated as we walked, following us while barely moving from its position. "Don't stop," Clayton whispered through clenched teeth. "Just go." The ramp was slick from the rain, but we didn't speed up. Slow movements. No sudden vibration. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but my brain kept replaying the way it had tailed the boat underneath the water. Running might trigger something. Running might be the wrong choice entirely. We reached the midpoint of the ramp when the python finally moved away from the piling. A long, smooth glide. It didn't come toward us. Instead, it drifted parallel to the dock, like a silent escort following along the shoreline. "What is it doing?" I whispered. "Making sure we leave," Clayton said. "Or making sure we don't go back." The idea made something deep in my chest tighten. We kept walking, the python trailing beside the dock until we reached the gravel lot. Only when our feet hit solid ground did it finally stop. It remained at the water's edge, head above the surface, watching. Clayton exhaled shakily. "Get in the truck." I didn't argue. We climbed in, slammed the doors, and he turned the key. The engine started with a relieved chug. Rain hammered the windshield. I expected him to throw the truck into gear and drive away, but instead he sat there with both hands gripping the wheel. "It shadowed us all day," he said. "Never seen anything like it." I watched the python through the blurred rain. It hadn't left the shoreline. It hadn't submerged. It lingered like it was waiting for something, confirmation, maybe or the surety that we were really gone. Maybe it thought we were competition, I suggested weakly. He shook his head. Pythons don't shadow boats. They ambush. They hide. They don't put in that kind of effort unless they're hunting. And if it was hunting... He didn't finish the sentence. The python dipped below the surface then, vanishing in a slow sink like it had earlier. No ripple, no splash. The water smoothed over instantly, as if it had never been there at all. Clayton finally put the truck in gear and pulled away from the dock. I twisted in my seat, half expecting the python to surface again. But the shoreline remained empty, just dark water and tall reeds swaying in the rain. The drive back to the ranger station was quiet except for the wipers. My clothes clung to my skin, and every so often I felt a tremor in my hands that I hoped Clayton didn't notice. When we finally parked, he turned off the engine but didn't get out immediately. "That snake wasn't behaving like a snake," he said. "It was behaving like something that had a purpose." I didn't know how to respond. Everything he said felt true, even if it shouldn't have been. Before I left, he added one more thing. "If you put this in your report, keep it strict. Keep it factual. People don't like stories about animals acting like they think." I nodded, though my thoughts were far from calm. Because the part that unsettled me most wasn't the python trailing us, or cutting us off, or watching us from the dock. It was the thought that whatever purpose it had, it wasn't finished. And somewhere out there in the wetlands, it was still moving with that same uncanny patience, waiting for the next person to drift through the palms and give it a reason to circle back. My name is Kiran Sethi, and I work as a junior clerk for a regional land records office in Udaipur. That formality may sound unnecessary, but I've learned that when you recount something unbelievable, the least you can do is start with the plain, verifiable facts of your identity. I am 29 years old. I live in a rented single-room unit above a tailor shop. I take the same evening bus home every day. And everything I describe happened within a single night, one I have not been able to forget, no matter how many times I try to convince myself it was just an unfortunate coincidence magnified by fear. I should make clear that leopards are not strangers where I live. They move through the Aravalli Hills like shadows, slipping between farms and villages, so deeply woven into the landscape that most people leave them alone and trust that the animal will do the same. That's the rule, more or less. Don't run, don't corner, don't tempt, and the leopard will pretend you do not exist. They're not supernatural, no matter the stories. They're just predators with patience. Still, even predators have patterns, and the first 3 nights followed one. I would walk from the office toward the bus stop, the route lit by a few wavering street lamps and the orange glow from tea stalls that stayed open late. The first time I noticed it, I thought the light had warped a shadow strangely. A low shape moved beside the neem trees bordering the road, smooth, deliberate, not the jitter of a dog or the clumsy shifting of goats left to wander. When the shape paused beside a trunk, I saw the brief gleam of its eyes, not reflecting directly but at the angle that told me it was watching me rather than the road. That first night, I told myself it was passing through. Leopards pass through all the time. The second night, it was already there when I turned the corner. The same distance. The same slow pacing. I tried to be sensible. Same animal, same territory, same hour. Nothing about that was unnatural. The bus stop had a tall concrete barrier behind it, and people waiting there always joked that the wall was for leopards, even though it wouldn't stop a determined one. I stood among 3 other commuters, pretending I wasn't glancing toward the line of trees every few seconds. The leopard held its position, head just visible around the trunk, tail occasionally flicking like it was shooing away flies. The third night, it followed me all the way from the office, not just appearing near the stop. That was different. Leopards don't trail the same person 3 days in a row. They don't pick one human out of many and keep pace with them like a shadow trying to stay just behind your heels. When I slowed, it slowed. When I crossed the street, it moved through the bushes parallel to me. It never broke into a run. It never growled. But every instinct in my body, the inherited ones we pretend we're too modern to, kept screaming that predators don't waste energy like that unless they're testing something. I didn't tell anyone. I don't know why. Maybe because I still had some pride, or maybe because saying it out loud would force me to admit the situation was abnormal. Everything that truly mattered began on the fourth night. I left the office 20 minutes late because a senior inspector insisted I help reorganize property forms that had already been reorganized the previous week. By the time he let me go, the marketplace outside had thinned, the air cooling with the kind of emptiness that made voices carry too clearly. When I stepped into the street, the first thing I did, before even checking my phone, was glance toward the tree line. The leopard was there. This time, it wasn't behind a tree. It sat on the exposed dirt shoulder, poised upright, looking directly at me. The nearest shopkeeper was pulling down his shutters and didn't notice it at all. A pair of schoolchildren on bicycles didn't notice it either. I had the ridiculous urge to shout at them to stop, but the words stuck in my throat. The leopard didn't flinch when they passed. It didn't even swivel its ears. Its attention was fixed entirely on me, so unwaveringly focused that for a moment I forgot to breathe. I forced myself to walk. That was what everyone always repeated. Move, don't run, don't corner yourself, don't show fear. Except fear has its own logic, and it refused to stay quiet. I could hear something soft behind me, a faint, rhythmic compression against soil. I didn't need to turn to know what it was. It was following. Not pacing alongside the trees this time. Not waiting at the edges. The leopard moved behind me on the road itself, each footfall sinking with a heavy, deliberate softness. When I finally allowed myself to glance back, I could see it clearly in the dim sodium light. The patterned rosettes on its fur absorbed the glow like old ink, and its shoulders rolled with every step. Its tail swayed just slightly, the way a cat's does when it's focused, calculating. I kept walking toward the bus stop. It was only 300 meters away, but every meter felt longer than the last. My breaths came too fast, and I kept forcing them to slow because I didn't want the animal to hear my panic. My fingers tingled from how hard I was clenching them. When I reached the final turn before the stop, I could see one person there, an older man with a plastic shopping bag at his feet. I opened my mouth to call out to him, to warn him, but the leopard's steps quickened, and something about that change stole the sound from my throat. It was close enough now that I heard it exhale. It was not the sharp, aggressive snort of a cat announcing a charge. It was a slow, deep push of air, warm enough to brush the back of my neck. That was when I realized the leopard was no longer following me. It was approaching me, and I had run out of road. The older man at the bus stop didn't notice the leopard at first. He was scrolling through his phone, face lit by the bluish glow of the screen. I wanted to shout his name, though I didn't know it, and warn him that a fully grown predator was within a few strides of both of us, but I couldn't risk sudden movement. I felt the leopard's breath again, heavier this time, pushing warm air between my shirt collar and spine. It wasn't a sniff. It wasn't testing my scent. It was breathing the way animals do when they're sure of their footing, when the night belongs to them and you are just another shape painted into the scenery. I kept walking, even though every step cost me more courage than I had to spare. My shoes scraped faintly against gravel, and for a terrifying heartbeat the scrape reminded me of claws against pavement. The leopard matched my pace without hesitation. Its shoulder brushed my backpack. That single contact nearly buckled my knees. I thought I would drop to the ground right there and be finished. But the leopard didn't pounce. It didn't even hiss. It moved past my side just enough for me to see a strip of its flank, a blur of rosettes and muscle, and then shifted behind me again, keeping me in its orbit. The older man finally looked up. His eyes flicked from me to whatever expression I must have been wearing, and then to the giant shape half in, half out of the shadows behind me. His mouth opened. No sound came out. His plastic shopping bag sagged from his hand, stretching the handles. He whispered something that sounded like a prayer. The leopard paused. Not in fear, just calculating distance. Its head turned slow as a hinge, ears forward, eyes reflecting gold under the street lamps. The man froze completely, becoming part of the wall, as if he was trying to merge with it. The leopard's tail flicked twice. Its body lowered an inch, maybe two. I couldn't tell if it was crouching to spring or preparing to walk again. A motorbike roared in the distance. The sound ricocheted off the buildings. The leopard's ears twitched, its attention splintering, and in that razor-thin sliver of distraction, I made the smallest movement I dared. I shifted one foot to stand slightly sideways so I wasn't fully turned away from it. If it attacked, at least I wouldn't be blindsided. The leopard's gaze snapped back to me. There's a difference between an animal watching and an animal deciding. I didn't know which one I was seeing, but the hairs on my arms rose like static. The air felt charged, humid despite the cool night. The motorbike appeared at the far end of the road, its beam cutting across the darkness. The leopard turned its body without taking its eyes off me, pivoting with the eerie fluidity only big cats have. The older man pressed himself further against the wall, his bag trembling in his grip. The bike passed us in a rush of air. Its rider didn't slow down. Didn't look. Didn't see the predator inches from two terrified people. The leopard watched the retreating taillight for a moment, muscles rippling subtly under its coat. Then it lifted its head, sending the air in a series of quick, precise inhalations. It was testing wind direction, marking sound distances, scanning for movement. And then it stepped closer to me. One step. Then another. No growl. No display. No fear. Just intent. The older man mouthed something like "move away," but I couldn't. If I bolted, I'd be dead. If I shouted, I'd startle it. If I crouched or curled or hid, I'd look like prey. I had to stay upright, steady, predictable. But my legs felt like rods driven into the pavement. The leopard reached the point where it was directly behind me again, its head level with my lower back. I felt its whiskers brush the fabric of my shirt. The older man covered his mouth to muffle a cry. Then the bus's engine growled in the distance. I have never been so grateful for the sound of that old, poorly maintained diesel engine in my life. It roared as the bus rounded the corner, headlights bouncing. The leopard shifted its weight, tail curling inward. Its body tightened not to flee, but to choose. I felt it in my bones. It was making a decision about whether the bus was a threat, or whether I was still the more interesting option. The bus rattled closer. The driver honked once, absent-mindedly, probably assuming a stray cow or dog was in the lane. The horn wasn't loud, but in the silence it felt like a shockwave. The leopard lowered its head. I expected it to spring either at me or away. Instead, it walked around me. The movement was slow, deliberate, circling my left side. Each step was placed so softly that its paws made no sound at all. When it passed in front of me, I could see its eyes clearly for the first time. They weren't wild with aggression. They were focused, almost analytical, like it was memorizing my shape, my height, my scent. As if I had become a feature of its territory. The bus screeched to a halt. Its lights washed over the leopard, outlining every curve of muscle under its coat. The driver leaned out his window, confusion snapping into alarm the instant he understood what he was seeing. He yelled something, an instinctive shout, a warning, but the leopard didn't bolt. It just continued its arc around me until it was standing at my right side, just behind my shoulder. The driver kept yelling. The older man pressed against the wall was whispering desperate prayers. I stood between all of it, feeling more animal than human, every nerve tuned to the creature inches from me. The leopard inhaled one more time. Then it touched me. Its nose pressed lightly against my elbow. A single, deliberate contact. Not a bite. Not a nudge. A recognition. And then it stepped back into the shadows. Not a retreat. Not fear. Like it had decided something, and the decision no longer required my presence. By the time I turned my head, it was already slipping behind the neem trees again, vanishing into darkness as if absorbed by it. The bus door hissed open. The driver's voice shook as he shouted for me to get inside. The older man didn't move. Neither did I. The bus driver kept shouting for me to get in, but my legs weren't listening. They were stuck in that primitive, useless middle ground between fight and flight, where your body just refuses to pick either. The older man finally snapped out of his trance and hurried toward the open door, nearly tripping over his own feet as he climbed inside. The driver kept waving frantically at me, his arm cutting through the air like he was signaling an aircraft to land. But my eyes were still locked on the tree line. I couldn't see the leopard anymore. That should have comforted me. It didn't. The absence felt heavier than its presence had. When a predator is stalking you, at least you know exactly where the danger stands. When the predator disappears, the whole world becomes a mouth that could swallow you. The driver leaned out again. Kieran, get on. Now. Hearing my name shook something loose. I didn't remember telling him who I was. Maybe he recognized me from my usual commute, or maybe the older man had stammered it in panic. I didn't question it. I just took a step toward the bus. The moment my shoe scraped the road, something moved at the corner of the tree line. Not a full shape, just a shift, the faintest rustle of dry leaves. Enough to tell me the leopard hadn't left. It was waiting. Watching. Maybe evaluating whether I was about to break the strange, silent understanding that had kept me alive. I forced myself to keep walking. Slow. Controlled. Predictable. The air felt thick with invisible threads pulling tight from every direction. Every step felt like I was stepping onto thin ice that could crack beneath me or explode from above. When I reached the bus door, the driver grabbed my wrist and hauled me inside, steps rattling under my feet as he dragged me down the narrow aisle. I stumbled into an empty row. The older man sat across from me, sweating through his shirt, hands still clasped in prayer. The driver slammed the door shut so hard the glass rattled in its frame. Then he threw the gear into motion with a jolt so sudden the whole bus lurched forward. As we pulled away, every passenger turned toward the windows, trying to see what we were fleeing from. I didn't know whether I wanted to look or not, but I did. In the space between the trees, just barely illuminated by the retreating headlights, two faint gold reflections hovered, eyes fixed on us, following the bus as it crawled forward. They didn't blink. They didn't shift. They simply watched, growing smaller as the bus climbed the slope out of the market road. No one spoke for several minutes. Even the hum of the engine sounded nervous, as if the machine itself wanted to get away faster than physics allowed. Eventually the older man whispered, "Why was it with you?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I could. The bus rattled through the outskirts, passing shuttered shops and the dim glow of scattered houses. At every shadow, I expected to see that same pair of eyes. The road wound uphill toward my neighborhood, the driver making record time, probably hoping to complete this route without having to pass the same tree line again. But the leopard wasn't finished with me. When the bus approached my stop, the driver slowed only because the curve was too sharp to take at high speed. He didn't look at me. "Don't get off," he said. Not a suggestion, an order. I stared out the window. The road was empty, washed in pale yellow light from the single lamp post leaning at an angle like an exhausted guard. Nothing moved. The feeling in my gut, though, pulsed like a second heartbeat telling me something was wrong. "I have to," I said quietly. The driver shook his head hard enough that his glasses slid down his nose. "It followed you. I saw it. You think it can't make it this far? You think it doesn't know how to stay hidden? This is a big male. If it's chosen you, then..." He didn't finish the sentence. Silence folded around us. Even the older man turned away from me as if the idea was too unsettling to speak aloud. "I live right there," I said, pointing at the alley that led toward my building. "Just 2 minutes." The driver stared straight ahead. "You don't understand. 2 minutes is a lifetime for something like that." I didn't argue. I just reached for the stop bell, my hand moving without hesitation even though the rest of me trembled. The driver pulled over, reluctantly, as if the brakes themselves were protesting. He opened the door only halfway. "If you hear anything," he said, "don't look back. Don't run. Just get inside and lock every door." The older man didn't look at me, but he murmured a final blessing under his breath. I stepped off the bus. The doors hissed shut behind me. The bus didn't wait, it accelerated away, leaving me standing in the yellow spill of the street lamp, alone with the clicking of insects and the soft hum of the bulb. The alley toward my apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Rajasthan nights are never still. There's always a dog barking, a metal gate creaking, a voice drifting from a rooftop. But tonight the silence sat heavily over everything. I walked forward, counting my steps as if the numbers might anchor me. 6, 10, 14. My keys dug into my fist. Every breath tasted like dust and adrenaline. At 20 steps, I saw it. Not the leopard. Not its eyes. Its tracks. Fresh ones. Perfectly outlined in the powdery dirt beside the wall. The prints led deeper into the alley, straight toward the staircase that climbed to my room. My vision pulsed at the edges. The leopard had arrived before the bus had even dropped me off. I stood frozen, mind racing through every rule I'd ever heard about living near big cats. None of them covered this. None of them explained an animal following the same human across different roads, different hours, different environments, as if mapping them. A soft scrape echoed above me. Not loud, not sharp, just a shift of weight on concrete. I looked up. On the landing outside my room's door, half hidden in shadow, was the silhouette of the leopard. Sitting, waiting, tail curled neatly beside its paws, as if it had been there for hours. As if the entire night had been a single, deliberate funnel guiding me right back into its reach. My keys slipped from my fingers. The leopard didn't move. It just watched me, the way something watches what it already owns. And that was the moment, the exact moment I understood something essential and terrifying. The leopard had never been following me. It had been hurting me. My name is Alan Pierce, and I work as a seasonal maintenance caretaker for a remote line of survey cabins in the southern Yukon region. The cabin I stayed in that night was one I'd used countless times, small, weathered, and built half a century ago on permafrost-thin soil that tended to warp the porch beams in spring. I should mention the number of words in this introduction comes to 29, though what matters far more is the single day that followed and the one animal that turned an uneventful assignment into something I still can't explain rationally. The first sign of trouble wasn't the badger itself, but the sound and oddly rhythmic scraping beneath the porch planks. It began early that morning, before the light had fully climbed over the tree line, while I was boiling water on the small propane stove. The cabin was modest enough that any noise from outside carried straight into the walls. I remember freezing mid-stir, listening closely, thinking it might have been frost shifting or the skittering of a pine marten. But this sound was persistent, deliberate, like something was carving out space directly beneath me with slow, patient strokes. I stepped out onto the porch while the air was still sharp with leftover cold. My breath drifted in front of me in a thin white cloud. I crouched to peer between the planks, expecting either nothing at all or a tuft of fur with no intention of sticking around. Instead, the scraping stopped instantly, as if cut off by a switch. It was the sort of pause that makes you aware you're being listened to as much as you're doing the listening. I tapped the floorboard with my knuckles. Nothing happened. The stillness stretched enough that I convinced myself I'd misheard everything. I muttered, probably frost heave, before heading back inside. But when I opened the door again an hour later to haul out some gear, the badger was sitting there, stationed under the far edge of the porch where the light didn't reach. I didn't see it directly at first. I saw its shape, a low thick outline, motionless except for the faint rise and fall of its back as it breathed. When I stepped forward, it let out a low, resonant growl that seemed to vibrate the air more than travel through it. Not defensive. Not startled. More like acknowledgement. I backed up slowly, palms raised. I knew better than to mess with a territorial badger, especially one this close, but badgers don't usually hold positions like sentries. They wander, forage, avoid people unless cornered. This one didn't retreat. It stayed exactly where it was, staring out from its notch of shadow like it had taken an interest in me specifically. I spent the next half hour making noise, thumping the wall, rattling a shovel, even playing a bit of music from my phone, but nothing made it leave. Whenever I cracked the door to check again, I'd see the same unmistakable form tucked beneath the porch. It would lift its head just slightly, as though acknowledging our strange stalemate. By noon, I figured I needed to block off the underside. I grabbed spare boards from the shed and started hammering them across the open gaps. The sound was loud enough to chase off any timid creature. But not this one. It didn't just stay, it dug. I could hear it widening the tunnel it had already carved out, pushing deeper against the soil like it was determined to keep its foothold beneath my feet. Every time I hammered in a board, I heard fresh scraping beneath a different section, as if the badger was adapting to me as quickly as I tried to shut it out. I eventually crouched near one of the new boards and tried talking through it. "You don't want to be under here," I said, fully aware of how ridiculous the attempt was. A growl rumbled up in reply, soft, patient, almost thoughtful. I felt the vibration travel through the wood. By the time afternoon arrived, I'd resolved to get help. The closest ranger station was 25 kilometers away, and while I had radio contact, the signal bounced badly off ridges. Worse, the station only sent trucks out in scheduled windows unless it was an emergency. I paced around the cabin, debating whether I'd sound like an idiot calling in aggressive badger behavior, because the truth was, nothing it did was technically aggressive. It was just insistent, fixated, like it had chosen the porch the same way a predator might choose a vantage point. I left the cabin briefly to check the fuel cache near the tree line, trying to clear my head. When I returned, something new waited for me. On the porch steps, directly where I'd walked down earlier, the badger had left fresh claw marks across the wood, long parallel grooves carved with alarming precision. Not random. Not frantic. Straight lines, scraped in a deliberate arc pattern that followed the exact shape of the step I'd rested my boot on that morning. I told myself it had to be coincidence, even though the placement was too perfect to dismiss. I knelt to inspect the marks. They were deep, fresh, and warm to the touch from friction. I could still smell the sharp tang of disturbed resin from the wood. When I stood, the badger was there again, maybe 4 feet from me now, sitting at the mouth of a fresh tunnel under the porch. It wasn't snarling. It wasn't baring its teeth. It simply watched me with small black eyes that didn't blink nearly as often as they should have. For the first time that day, I felt genuinely unnerved. Animals watch you when they're wary. They don't watch you like they're waiting for your next move. I took a slow step backward. The badger didn't chase. It just lowered itself slightly, shoulders bunching as though settling in for a long task. The sun had begun its early northern descent, and shadows from the spruce trees stretched across the clearing like long, dark fingers. The temperature dropped fast. I hated how close the animal stayed and how strangely silent the woods felt in contrast. I should have gone inside and locked the door. Instead, I lingered by the edge of the porch, staring down at the tunnel. For some reason, I whispered, "What do you want?" The scraping resumed immediately, slow, steady, approaching the new boards I'd nailed into place. Closer. Always closer. The light slipped fast in the Yukon, especially in that shoulder season when winter hadn't fully released its grip. By the time I went back inside and shut the door, the temperature had already crept down enough that the windows fogged slightly around the edges. I stood there with my coat still on, listening to the faint but unbroken scraping beneath the porch. It wasn't frenzied or aggressive, just steady, like a metronome set to some quiet, persistent rhythm. The kind that crawls into your nerves if you let it. I tried focusing on a simple task to settle myself, tallying the supply inventory I was supposed to update that evening. But every time I started counting, I'd lose my place because another soft growl would drift through the floorboards. The cabin wasn't insulated well, and sound traveled freely through the old planks. At one point, I swear I felt the boards flex under my boot as something pushed against the underside. Around 5 p.m., I realized I hadn't eaten since morning. Hunger felt distant, swallowed by a sense of being watched. Still, I forced myself to prepare something quick: instant rice and a packet of stew. The pot simmered quietly on the propane stove, and for one brief moment the cabin felt normal again, a small warm bubble of routine cutting through the undercurrent of unease. Then came the thud. Not loud, but distinct. A single, solid impact against one of the porch supports. I froze with the spoon halfway to the bowl. Another thud followed, same strength, same rhythm, as if something outside was testing the structure with deliberate force. I set the bowl down and crept to the window beside the door. The porch was dim, lit only by the dull wash of a sun that was minutes from dropping behind the ridge. Shadows pulled beneath the steps. I squinted, trying to distinguish movement, but there was nothing. I opened the door cautiously, letting the cold air drift in across my ankles. The badger wasn't visible from the angle I stood, but the silence was heavier than before. I stepped out, slow and steady, aware that every sound of my boots on the wooden porch telegraphed my presence directly to whatever was beneath. I leaned over the edge and finally spotted it, just the top of the badger's head and its eyes, catching the low-angle light. It wasn't digging anymore. It was sitting, practically pressed against the underside of the floorboards, staring up at the space where I stood. When it saw my shadow fall over the gap, it let out a quiet huff of air, then shifted just enough that the porch creaked under the movement. I backed inside again, heart thudding way too fast for something that small. The door clicked shut with a brittle sound. I knew I had to call the ranger station. Even if it sounded ridiculous, something about the animal wasn't right. I grabbed the radio handset from the wall, extended the antenna, and pressed the transmit button. Static. Just static. I raised the antenna higher and tried again. Station 4, this is Pierce at cabin 3. Do you copy? The white noise hissed back at me. I tried a different frequency, then another. Same result, just a wash of empty sound, like the signal was being swallowed before it reached anywhere. The radio had worked earlier that morning. The weather hadn't shifted enough to explain the sudden dead air. Something about that realization made my skin tighten. I flicked through every channel I had access to before finally lowering the handset in defeat. Outside, the scraping resumed. I grabbed a flashlight and paced the small cabin, trying to decide whether I should leave now, trek the trail back toward the service road and hope to intercept someone, or wait until morning when visibility improved. But I'd have to step over that porch to go anywhere, and the thought made my stomach knot. The badger wasn't acting like a normal animal. Even if everything it did was technically possible, digging, growling, holding territory, something about the timing, the persistence, and the way it responded felt too focused. Too intentional. I flicked off the lantern to look out the window without glare. The clearing around the cabin was starting to drown in that deep bluish light that comes just after sunset. The spruce trees beyond stood in tall rows like dark sentinels. But beneath the porch, I caught the faintest movement, a shift, a pause, another shift, as though the badger was pacing in a confined space, turning slow circles. I stepped away from the window and grabbed the broom handle. Not as a weapon, more like a nervous habit, something to anchor myself while I made a decision. I told myself I'd open the door again and make noise, try to chase it off one more time. But I didn't get the chance. Because the next sound wasn't from the porch. It came from the back wall of the cabin, 3 sharp, spaced apart taps, like something testing the boards there too. I whipped around, staring toward the narrow hallway leading to the rear door. No wind. No branches close enough to scrape the siding. The back of the cabin faced the slope of the ridge, maybe 10 feet away. Nothing should have been able to stand back there without me hearing it approach. The taps came again. Same rhythm. I grabbed the lantern, flicked it on, and moved toward the back door. My hand shook a little despite trying to steady my breathing. I pressed my ear to the wood and listened. Silence. Deep, absolute silence. Then another sound. A soft, drawn-out exhale from beneath the floorboards, right under where I stood. The badger had moved again. It wasn't under the porch anymore. It was under the cabin, directly beneath the back wall. I stumbled back and nearly knocked over the lantern. Something shifted beneath the floorboards again, a slow, dragging motion. Soil moving. Claws scraping. The creature tunneling deeper, positioning itself exactly where I was. I knelt, placed my palm against the old wooden planks, and held still. I felt it. The faint, unmistakable vibration of something alive pressing upward through the floor. Not attacking. Just locating me. Tracking my movement with eerie precision as I slid my hand slowly across the boards. It followed every inch. The light outside faded the rest of the way, and night settled in full, cold and complete. The cabin felt smaller with darkness pressed against the windows. The badger's presence beneath me seemed to grow larger in that shrinking world, as if the animal had been waiting all day for the sun to go down. And when the floorboards creaked again, directly under where I stood, I finally understood something with a cold clarity. It wasn't the cabin it wanted to be close to. It was me. Night in the Yukon hits like a door slamming shut. One moment I could see the faint outline of the trees, the next everything beyond the windows turned into a singular sheet of black, so complete that it felt like a presence of its own. The lantern cast a dim pool of light that barely reached the corners of the cabin, and the shadows along the floor seemed to shift in ways I didn't trust. I kept my hand braced on the wall as if the simple act of touching something solid would keep me grounded. The scraping beneath the cabin changed. It wasn't frantic or fast, it was methodical, slower than before, but heavier, as though the badger was widening its space, pushing the soil aside inch by inch, spreading a tunnel that now extended under the center of the cabin. I listened, breath sharp in my throat, as the sound drifted from one support beam to another. Each time, the floor trembled faintly, like someone pressing a palm gently upward to test the strength of the boards. I forced myself away from the wall and grabbed my coat, hat, and boots. I didn't want to leave. I knew stepping outside was risky with a territorial animal lurking underneath, but staying put was starting to feel worse. I needed to reach the Ranger Road. Even if no trucks were scheduled this late, there was a chance someone had stayed over or was returning from an extended patrol. Anything was better than waiting in the dark with something burrowing closer to me with every breath. I cinched the laces on my boots as quietly as possible. I kept glancing downward, half expecting to see a claw burst through one of the thinner planks. The cabin's construction wasn't fragile, but it was old, patched and repaired over the decades by caretakers like me. There were weak spots. The badger seemed intent on finding all of them. I shut off the lantern. My instinct told me darkness inside might give me an edge if I had to slip out undetected. The only light left came from the moon, filtered through a thin veil of clouds that laid a faint silver wash through the windows. I stepped toward the front door slowly, feeling the boards under my feet. Each step carried the weight of silence, punctuated only by the distant sound of scraping beneath the kitchen area, nowhere near the door. I took that as my moment. I eased the door open. The cold night air hit me like a slap, sharp and biting, carrying the metallic scent of frost. The snow hadn't fallen yet for the season, but the chill had the same teeth. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the shadows under the boards, the steps, the nearby brush. Nothing. I didn't hear the badger, didn't catch its outline. But the absence didn't comfort me. It made everything worse. I descended the steps quickly, boots crunching on the hard ground, and made for the narrow trail that wound between spruce and alder. Each breath poured out in light wisps. The forest was dead quiet, no owls, no wind, not even the distant crack of ice breaking in the soil. My footsteps felt too loud in the stillness, like I was alerting every living thing within a kilometer. I walked fast, then faster. After 100 meters, I turned around and checked behind me. The porch was empty, but the space beneath it, where the badger had lingered all day, looked darker than it should. An unsettling thought crawled into me. What if it didn't need to be under the porch anymore? I kept going. The trail sloped down toward a patch of open ground, a place where old survey stakes still stood from previous years. The moon gave me just enough light to navigate, but the trees cast long, broken shadows across the path. I heard nothing behind me, but my skin prickled with the sense of being observed. 50 meters later, I finally slowed to listen. At first, I only heard my own breathing. Then, faintly, too faint for comfort, I caught the sound of soil shifting. A distant, muted scraping coming from somewhere off the trail. Not beneath me. To my left. Beneath the ridge. I picked up my pace. As I reached the clearing, the wind finally started, carrying low through the branches with a sound like whispering. The ground here was firmer, less disturbed, and I let myself believe I'd outpaced it. I pictured myself reaching the service road, waving down a truck, explaining everything in the brittle, half-shocked tone of someone who just wanted out. But when I reached the far end of the clearing, my boot hit something soft, a patch of loose earth, small and freshly disturbed. A burrow. I stumbled back with a gasp, scanning the area. The soil was turned, the pile still slightly mounded as if something had emerged recently. My eyes followed a scatter of claw prints leading toward the tree line. I traced them carefully, breath now shallow and fast. The prints didn't head toward the cabin. They headed toward me. Then circled. Then vanished into a mess of overlapping tracks I couldn't decipher. I turned in a slow circle, ear straining. The scraping started again, this time only a few meters away, beneath a fallen spruce trunk. Whatever tunnel system the badger had made stretched farther than I'd imagined, threading beneath the ground like a network of veins. I could hear it moving through one, closer, then farther, then closer again in the span of seconds. I backed away, pulse hammering hard enough to drown the forest sounds. I reached into my coat for my flashlight, clicked it on, and swept the beam across the underbrush. The light washed over roots, rocks, and frozen ground. Then it caught a shape too small, reflective eyes low to the ground. The badger stood half emerged from a dark tunnel, watching me with an intensity I'd never seen in any animal. Its fur was streaked with dust, its claws packed with earth, its breathing slow and even. It wasn't panting from exertion. It wasn't fearful. It was calm. It took one step forward. I stumbled back, raising the flashlight like a shield. But the badger didn't advance. It just sat, as if waiting for something from me. A reaction. A movement. Any excuse to follow. My breath fogged the air between us. I forced myself to back away step by step, never turning around until I was nearly at the tree line. When I finally broke into a run, my heartbeat felt like cannon fire in my chest. I didn't dare look behind me, but I didn't hear pursuit. Just silence. I reached the service road 30 minutes later, half frozen and shaking. I kept walking until I saw the faint beams of a ranger truck heading toward me. Relief washed through me so fast I nearly collapsed. When the rangers checked the cabin later that night, they found the tunnels, dozens of them, some leading under the porch, some stretching beneath the walls, and one extending nearly 15 meters toward the ridge. all freshly dug, all in a pattern that nearly traced the path I'd walked inside. But they never found the badger. Not a single track near the cabin. Not a single sign of where it had gone. And to this day, no one, not even the wildlife specialists, can tell me why an animal that size spent an entire day tunneling closer and closer to where I stood, moving with unsettling precision, never attacking, never retreating. Just watching. Always watching. And somewhere in the quiet moments before sleep, when I hear faint shifting beneath my own house, I still wonder whether it ever stopped.